Matt Walsh was on Joe Rogan. Crazy. Hello, Borkum. Or as I'd like to say, Ikam Bokum. That is correct link. This is the correct link. Hello, hey there, Coral. I'm cleaning stuff up, but I'll be listening. He'll be listening. He'll be watching. Waiting from the corners of my mind. Watching my tight young reviews. Watching like a lecture. Yes. Okay. He'll be watching, waiting, uncommiserating, seeing me lose my mind. They'll be playing along while I'm playing the game here, watching along as I pause my way, playing along, throwing away the money. I will not let the donuts go to... Can't hear that note. Backwards. I will not let the donuts go to waste, watching out as they get entertained by my antics, watching out as I do all I can to not lose all of my fucking shit. Remember, Cower, you are not a countertenor anymore. Your voice has changed. Masculinity has changed. No longer will you hit high notes without practice. Especially when you have a hard lump of fucking saliva in your throat like that. Yeah. Make a that tweet. I make a that tweet and shout out that tweet. So people know where to find my sheet. Shiboing boing. Boom. Right. W-Mans. We shall return into the place of where we are born from the dust. I actually find it interesting that you don't have the other characters here inside the cover. It seems that the only members that actually matter to the core value of the group is the original 4, plus Ziggy and Eli, which is interesting. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Alright. This is actually one of the more decent covers where you make the ability that appears on her skin when she uses her shit look better. I'm beggared to know what part of this is specifically her or her kid. It at least looks good enough that you could have it as an actual fucking background. We rewind the clock to find out what really happened inside of Purity. Somewhere in Iowa, IA 92, East of Sigourney, Iowa, Monday, October 21. They're really making fast time across the country.
And oof, sorry, O. The cultist hits Parsifal with his long sword for 8 points.
Oh, but I only had 10 to begin with.
Correct.
It's okay, O. This isn't over yet. Lucky for Pax, the other one misses Amelie thanks to her nimble little fairy wings. Z, you're up. To be more precise, it's time for Durs, the orc warrior, to make their move.
Okay, can I just say that making Pax a fairy bard was inspired?
You can say it, and you should. I always knew Pax had a little fairy in her.
Okay. I can optimize this situation. Okay, so I will move so that I'm standing between Percival and the cultist, and then I'll throw my shield at the one near Amelie.
Bold move, Z. Let me see if that hits.
There it is, chat. There it is. The one time that we've ever seen the resting bitch face on Pax not be constantly bitchy. Take a picture. It will not last forever. Because I know I did. I missed the stream where Ophelia showed up. What's her deal? Ophelia is Eli's long-lost friend. She had echoes fucking with her head because she was close to the Tree of Voices. When Pax touched the tree to commune with what can only be assumed as the consciousness or the soul of what we assumed to be her mother, as we learned about the proto language, they let go of their hold on her mind. She can hurt people with her thoughts. Yeah.
And that's a miss. Sorry. A pop.
Where do I want to put this picture? I will put this picture in here. W-Mans.
To Durs, heroic but unlucky orc. Your shield landed in a bush.
Ah, shit!
However, I admire your moxie, so you get a bonus on your next attack. That makes sense.
Eli's the kind of fucking DM that will change shit for people simply because he likes to see them go through story events in their game.
Amelie's turn. Pax, get ready to... But wait. Oh no, you guys are in serious trouble.
Oh no.
Before our bewinged bard has a chance to act, the cult leader summons a fire demon that appears right behind you.
A what now? A who?
Well, Pax, what do? You could try to do some psychic damage with brutal teasing, or you could try to disable it by casting a sleep spell. Too bad you don't have any water spells. That would do a number on this fire guy.
Remind me why I'm the fairy while O and Z got dope sorcery and fighting skills?
Because you're tiny and adorable.
You're the lead singer of the band. The bard is a perfect fit. It was also the only character sheet I had ready. I wasn't sure you'd agree to play.
Yeah, but mostly the tiny and adorable thing, though.
Let's not cheat. Let's Pax. Sweetie, sugar pie, honey buns. Maybe we shouldn't immediately try to break the social standing of our friend group and, cheat. Maybe we shouldn't cheat by trying to use our godly abilities to trick our friend into believing that we have water spells on the sheet that he specifically prepared for you? The DM player. Maybe you shouldn't do that. Fuck. It seems like a not good idea. Lord have mercy. Don't do that.
With care, my little fairy friend.
I cast Brutal Teasing on the fire demon.
Nice. Give us a taste of the taunts you're throwing at it.
This should be good.
Your mother must be very disappointed in your life choices. If you even have one. Mother, I mean.
Weird thing to say to a fire demon.
Well, I liked it.
Success. Your brutal teasing has staggered the fire demon. Back to you. What do you want?
Shadowblade. I throw a Shadowblade at the cultist who hit me. He needs to suffer.
Damn! Oh, don't hold back.
Okay. Sorry, it doesn't hit.
What? But his armor class is...
And that's why you don't cheat. Because she immediately cheated. And now he's calling her on it. Because that's bullfuck. I make Pax not cheat. Ziggy fucking cheats by looking behind the DM screen. Okay.
You know his armor class.
Yo, bitch ass shit. Also, don't give me that look. You're using your Vox to GM. So really, I just took inspiration from you. Ziggy. Zigga. His ability allows him to create illusions. In terms of the kind of abilities that, in this universe, where people are terrified of you being able to kill them, this is as close to fair as you can get. Sure, he has the ability to immediately overwrite your brain and convince you that you might be burning, but in a friendly context, this is somebody who doesn't seem to want to do that to people. Physically harm them without having a reason to defend himself. And so, in your infinite wisdom, your logic tells you, I know, I'm going to compare my ability, which is to run so fast that I can phase molecules, I'm going to cheat! Because you see, he has the ability to make objects that make it even better and more immersive and believable to be a part of this game. If Seto Kaiba could have made Dungeons & Dragons, his holographic material technology would have revolutionized the ability for it to be done, and would have revolutionized the concept of group community gameplay in various fashions. Imagine, if you could, a summoned skull being as lifelike on the table as you're playing against it in the situation you're fighting it as the rest of the things on your characters. The ability for a storyteller to make you believe you are really fighting in a life or death scenario. That shit would be not only massively entertaining, he would probably get and create a lot of money. And the fact that it's a natural ability he has, Man, the concept of y'all playing Dungeons and Dragons is extremely funny because it has endless possibility, and in your endless possibility, you decided to say, listen, why can't I cheat? It's just like you and your abilities. This is normal. This is fair. This is fine. You're just on top of me for nothing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Alright. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Give me that look. You're using your Vox to GM, so really, I just took inspiration from you.
Joke.
Joke's on you still, because I put up an illusion over those stats. I know all your tricks. And he's aware of the shit. He put up an illusion over the stat blocks, so that he expected somebody to cheat, so that they didn't do this shit. Also very interesting, he's making an illusion appear on the paper itself. That's a very insane skill to have. Without you even needing to use your Vox on anybody else. You can use it on the physical objects on the table. Steal somebody's trade secrets and then make them believe that the object hasn't been stolen.
It's on you though, because I put an illusion up over those stats. I know all your tricks.
Oh, stop looking so pleased with yourself. It's annoying.
Oh, stop looking so pleased with myself after you tried to cheat the sanctity of my game and my DM screen. Bitch, I oughta kill your character where they stand.
Boy, that's not good. CT, we have to pull... Over.
God damn it. Not again.
Well, shit. The heat shields come loose. Must have gotten banged up on those terrible gravel roads in the zone. God, we're lucky it didn't just fall off completely.
Can we keep driving?
Are you okay with the bus potentially catching on fire?
Under different circumstances, I might say yes. But since we're in a rush, we're trying to fly under the radar. So how do we fix it?
We reattached the shield, but I don't have the tools.
We passed a station a few miles back. Ziggy, you might be able to get the parts you need there, both for the bus and to repair the damage I sustained in the ashes.
All right. The rest of us can stretch our legs while we wait.
Let's check out that house over there. It looks abandoned.
I'll stay here and run some diagnostics. The less I move, the less chance I'll break something more critical.
Okay. That seems like a fair argument.
I used to dream.
It's great. Ziggy can run her ass back to the fucking station, and everybody else will go over here.
Shame the soil's gone to shit.
You'd get along well with Pax's mom.
Is that...
Want to fall alongside the
Is that a fucking...
I'm sure I would.
That must be from that fucking monkey climbing game. I can't remember the name of what it's called. Is it Monkey Tag? Yeah, that's from Monkey Tag.
My tia had a farm. I'd help her take care of the goats. If I did a good job, she'd play football with me. Great playground.
I have a hard time imagining.
Why is the skyline orange?
He was probably all earnest and responsible, and all the adults loved him.
I wish that was true. I was actually a bit of a delinquent. Knew it.
No. Really?
It's why they sent me to the farm.
Was that before or after the circus?
The circus? We need more information, Theo. Ophelia always wanted to visit the circus until she found out about the clowns. Hey, oh, you okay? You look a bit ashen.
Don't worry about me.
Unlock on here. Stealing someone's oak sapling right out of their garden. Hello, girl. Why are you following me?
Oh, you're coming with me. Okay. How are we going to get in?
Is that a lightning storm? I could have swore the screen flashed blue for a second.
Everything's boarded up.
Okay, chicken coop. Do.
How are we going to get in?
She looks a bit ashen, you say? Eh, looks normal. It would be great if characters actually used their fucking brains. Or at least had dialogue where it's like, it's locked, because I can see the lock.
Everything's boarded up.
Did you find a way inside? Made any progress on the breaking and entering?
Sai? Sai! Hey, Sai?
Hey!
So, you just, not gonna answer me?
Sai. Sai.
Huh?
I could use a hand with the door to the farmhouse.
Another locked door for your muscle to kick open? I thought I made it clear that I want to change how I deal with things. Oh, I'll sit this one out.
What's eating her? Several things, I suppose.
Did you find a way inside?
How are you with nails, Theo?
And here I am, without my tools.
Lovely.
How are we going to get in? Everything's boarded up. How are we going to get in? Everything's boarded up. You see that echo? Yeah, I see it too. Any ideas? You're making it come to us, aren't you? It's like you're an echo whisperer.
Interesting. The small girl has the ability to not only see the echoes, but to influence them, and actively and constructively destroy objects. That's crazy. It's dark in here! Dark in here!
Let there be light. Let's look for a switch, kid. Power's out.
Let's hope we don't see jump scares. You received the fuel can.
Can't see a thing.
I find it funny that you don't just let her pull the fucking cord for yourself. See here, power on and off.
Battery could be dead.
Fake challenge that I'm allowed to actually start. What's the fucking point of having an electric box system if you don't actually have the ability to have it because it's running off of a generator?
We need a key for this door.
You
Wanna help me
always
look,
forget
kid?
Sam. Who is Sam? And the key is an event.
Can you take a look over here, girl? Nothing here. Girl, I need your help. Nice work.
At least we learned slightly a little bit about Girl's personality and the fact that she's relatively capable of understanding how to work with the environment. Although I don't know how much that actually matters in terms of actual manipulation of echoes, since her ability is more mental. But it's something to look at. Lifting up nothing. True. Hop to it, pop a lock. That's crazy. And there's no one in here to blow our fucking socks off. That's crazy. Hamlet. Unlock the back door? No, gonna force me to unlock the front door. Very bare bones. Very bare bones. Got darts. I don't see a bed. There's a bed. One bed. Should they be fucking? Probably not. $37 echoes. Was I insane, or is there not one inside? Suppose I'm insane. Okay.
Good work. House empty.
Doesn't look like anyone's lived here for years.
Whoever they were, I hope they smoked. I'm fresh out and irritable.
Oh? What's wrong?
I don't know. Go. Go! You'll get hurt!
Maybe I can...
That time of the month, huh?
Well, that was bloody painful.
Ugh. What the fuck just happened?
Oh?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is the girl okay?
She looks fine. I don't think she was hit.
There's something wrong. The voices, they're telling me to hurt people.
Pax, can you do something with your main thing?
I am. I'm fucking looking at her.
Please.
Oh, wow. Bring the object up as soon as I fucking look away, huh?
Are the voices gone?
They are, but there's still pain. So much pain.
I feel like somebody just got finished playing Brutal Legend. It's like, hey, listen, what's the funniest thing that we could do? Let's insert this character, and then literally just make her the storyline of the fucking Sea of Black Tears.
stand aside. The love of field and coppice of green and shaded lanes.
Why does he have a backing track?
Is running in your veins. Strong love of gray-blue distance, brown streams and soft, dim skies. I know but cannot share it. My love is otherwise.
And then just, okay. Is that also a part of his Vox? The ability to bring up fucking jazz? Man. I sighed you.
Better. Not gone, but better. Thank you.
I thought the echoes were being pulled back to the epicenter.
The tree.
The tree.
They are. I don't know why these echoes attacked her.
I should leave.
Leave and go where?
Away. From you. From her. It's not safe. I'm dangerous.
Whoa, hold on. You want to leave us? That's not happening.
Let's
I'm
not
not
make any rash decisions and talk this through first.
Listen, kid. Find somewhere to lie down. Take the girl with you. She'll let us know if you need anything. All right?
Are you saying Girl and Ophelia have similar powers?
Not exactly. They both attract echoes, but Girl can also control them. That's how she helped me break into the house. When we found Girl, she was infected with hundreds of echoes. Just like Ophelia, in the ashes, and here, now. But I don't understand the connection, or what gives them this power, or curse.
But it means she's volatile, right? If Ophelia stays, she could hurt us. Hurt the kid.
I'm not losing O again. If she goes, I go.
Her volatility is exactly why she should stay with us. If anyone can help, it's Nova Scotia. She needs a cure, and they're making one.
I'm all for keeping her around, but a cure. You think that's the answer?
What other answer is there?
We look out for our own, like we just fucking did. Curing anomals? Do you even hear yourself? Sounds like you picked up some ideas from your Puritan friends.
Excuse.
Conflict. This is one of the few situations I'm willing to use a Vox in. This is a dumb argument, and you people are dumb for even having it. Again. For the third time. I do indeed like jazz.
Me? Curing us is the same as killing us, and you know it. Render us helpless before they put us in camps.
Maybe we can table this discussion.
Right. Tempers are running hot, which is silly, since we're all saying the same thing. So let's all just chill.
At least until Z and CT come back. They should be a part of this.
That's probably a
I'm
good
going
idea.
to have a hard time letting you or your pet empath smooth this one over.
Pet? Excuse me? I'm barely even part of this
Nothing
conversation.
personal, but Pax wants us to act like we're cool, even though everyone was just talking shit about O. Would she be so diplomatic if someone tried to boot Ziggy out?
That's a good argument. That's a good argument.
So no, we're not cool.
Come on. Let's all stop arguing, please. This is getting us nowhere. And we're better than this.
I guess.
You're the boss, boss.
Aye, aye, Captain. We'll fuck right off.
Do me a favor. Check in with everyone privately. See where they're at with this Ophelia thing. I do it, but I don't think I can trust myself to be a neutral third party.
This is what happens when you try to be friendly with people
Majority
you're a
the
boss
crew
of.
Once you're gone for real. We have a problem.
And figure out these set pieces. Did anything change the environment? Now the back door's open.
Okay, champ.
Yes.
Hey,
Come
Soul?
to talk to me about the new kid. I'm not changing my mind. She's been through hell. She's on her own. She has nowhere to go. It's fucking tragic. I feel sorry for her.
So you think she should come with us?
You're damn right I do. A soldier never leaves another soldier behind. If you do, any respect I may have for you is gone. Besides, you fucks have me in case shit goes sideways. Odds are I can fix anyone who gets hurt, even by her.
Why is she just holding a heart? Why is she just
Do
holding
not
a
get me
deck of
started
book?
on Theo's anti-anomal bullshit.
I don't want to leave her behind.
Lady, that's a chicken shit response. I guess we'll just have to see if you mean it.
What's happening out there?
Sorry for the weird vibes. Are you doing okay?
I don't know. You're talking about me. The arguing. I'm not stupid. I know what's happening.
Some people are worried about you coming with us.
They're scared of me.
Some are. Maybe not so much scared of you as scared of what could happen if you go Nova again.
They should be scared. I don't want to hurt them. If they want me to leave, I'll leave.
Let's see who's gonna be the normal bigot tonight.
What?
Hey, Eli,
Stop. Please. We have to get O to Nova Scotia. If what Theo said is true, that there might be a cure, then maybe they can undo what Justice did to her. And if you decide to kick O off the crew, I will find a way to get her there on my own.
Okay. Man of convictions. Mostly because of the choices that you choose to make. Which I guess is kind of helpful, but then again, it could be one of many approaches they had to the conversation, which is weird.
Need to chat. Doing all right?
I'm gonna check that fence line. Reflect, reflect. So is this literally just a crying our feelings chapter?
Hello.
so you're set on waving goodbye to Ophelia?
I'm set on keeping us safe. You especially. If my sentimentality doesn't repulse you. At this point, girls getting lost left and right. You've been shot, Sai's been shot. I don't want you to get hurt again, especially given everything. Ophelia will be fine on her own. But hey, I'm not the one calling the shots here.
She's dangerous, but so are we. All of us could go Nova, and no one's trying to throw you off the bus.
Yet. And come on, what would happen if I went Nova? Mass gaslighting episode.
Yes. The fuck?
But you're the one calling the shots. Sai's our muscle, Eli puts on the best shows, Soul's the medic, and girl, she's a kid.
Okay, let's see here. Sai is our muscle. Sai could end up going on a emotional rampage, although probably less likely if there's even any event like that involved in this situation, based on the fact that whatever the character could do would be curbed by their personality trait. Eli has more volatile reason to not want to be involved, since he has the ability to make you all believe that you're hurting each other. Master manipulator he could be if he really wanted to. Well, Soul has the ability to heal. I question where the fuck his shotgun went. Who's to say he didn't bring that with him? He should have. Be your own ranged weapon. Your only ranged weapon. Girl is a kid. Pax has the ability to control and manipulate your mind. The only person who is 100% safe on this crew is Theo. And he's the only one who doesn't have abilities. A normal human being, surrounded by a normal people. And he's trying to be fair, and nice, and kind, and consider the conversations. I dropped my cap.
None of you are going anywhere. Ophelia, though? She survived on her own before, and it doesn't even sound like she's that keen to stay. That's all I'm saying. I think Sai's praying, but you should have a chat with her when she's done. She is not.
The thing with Ophelia riled everyone up.
Not just that. I've been picking up all kinds of dark vibes since we got all kumbaya last night. You can't deny she's been off.
Yes, she should have talked to me.
Knowing Sai, she'll probably just need someone to talk to.
I mean, I can try.
Not sounding too confident now.
Hard to feel confident when I only seem to be able to shut people down or piss them off.
Yes!
That's just your vox, not you. And besides, it's not like you tried using them for a pep talk. Understandably. Anyway.
Should we be using our Vox to cheer Sai up? Could that work? No, that's silly, right? Don't do that.
You should talk to her once she's all prayed out.
Whatever Nova Scotia's working on will affect all of us. Not just Ophelia and Sol. All anomals. Are we ready to just hand off the cargo and be on our way?
I was right. There was a blue flash in the lightning storm.
Help us. Wouldn't that be the right thing to do? But that also means sticking around, and that, kid, was never the plan. Are we ready to alter that? I hate to see Sai in a state. I mean, there's always drama with her, but...
What does that fucking mean? There's always drama with her.
This is different. She's always been there for me. When things were tough. Long before anyone else. Maybe when we make it to Nova Scotia, she can stop looking over her shoulder. I don't know. Perhaps we stay there a while. That was never the plan, but I also don't want to give up on my best girl.
And baby talk.
Settle down, kid. I promise you things will be okay. We're getting close. I don't know what you want when you talk to me. It's like proto-language. Words that make no sense but carry so much power.
It seems that the chat is gonna go 2 for 2 last night on their predictions.
Oh, I wish I could talk to him. Your dad? He'd know how to listen to you, understand you. I know he can't wait to hear your voice, kid. And not just because he's a linguist.
But a cunning linguist?
But first, we need to figure out where we're going.
Gift.
If you need new reading material,
10 years out of date, C-list, state-approved celebrities. You know me so well, darling. Flashback to being 10 and making horrific collages out of supermodels and actors. Like some sort of glam Frankenstein. Glamkenstein.
you mean Frankenstein's monster.
The amount of times that they keep making that reference over and over again. Any extra prompts? No. How about gifts? To please the people? No. What about you, Soul? Yes.
Someone dug up this little thing. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, this is a red oak sapling. Quercus rubra. A stately and beautiful oak once it grows and matures. My old gramp once told me, if you sit in the shade of a red oak on a sunny day and a pretty girl walks by, you toss an acorn at her. If she catches it, she's your soulmate. Gramps was a great gardener, taught me everything I know about plants. But he was an absolute idiot when it came to women. I'll replant this somewhere it can thrive. It'll hopefully outlive us all. These creatures can live up to 500 years. Imagine the things it'll see.
Did you talk to everyone?
Yes, dumbass, that's why I'm walking towards you again. The fuck? Theo deserves to be in a much better game. True. It's not anti-anything. If you can cure someone's power, if you can cure someone who can't control their power soul, not everyone gets the useful powers. Yes, absolutely. That's why characters like Five Fingers McGee, who has the ability to kill people when he slaps them, definitely should be asking for a cure. And 5-ton Jackman, with his 5 tons of penis that can evolutionarily expand and shrink based on his demands, shouldn't be saying, no, we're blessed. There's nothing wrong with us. This literally is just X-Men. It's literally just the fucking conversation from X-Men 2. It's so stupid. What am I thinking of? No, I'm thinking of X-Men 2. X-Men 3 was the one where Jean was dead. But no, this is literally the fucking conversation from X-Men 2, X United. You can't just force that. That's dumb. That's really, really stupid. You deserve to be mocked and humiliated for those dumbass thoughts. That's so fucking dumb. It's so stupid. So stupid. And the logic you guys gave me for why you thought that is even worse. Oh. I find it funny that they talk about being scared of their powers like it's some kind of bigoted stance when any of these abilities in the hands of people with less morals would be the biggest threat to society. There's an argument to be had, but the problem is that the argument isn't worth having because if they were evil people, then they would definitely not be doing what they'd be doing. If the original 4 crew were evil, Theo would be responsible for a emotional manipulator and their ex that have the ability of not only controlling people, but also being able to make people docile, alongside Muscle that could physically destroy and should be able to destroy multiple things, effectively being one of the best smash and grab teams that would have existed in the New World as well as the Old World. Because what's going to stop them from robbing? Security, detail, checkpoints, and cameras. That's it. Oh, what's that? Theo's a person who's a technological son of a bitch that is effectively a white hat, if not gray hat, hacker? Really? Interesting. So they have literally everything they need to be able to terrorize people in this world. They could be even more effective at their short cons. But the only reason why they're going along with it and doing this shit is that it gives them the ability to at least change things before things become worse in any other capacity. But you know, why would we care about things like that? That doesn't sound cool or fun. Instead, we should be super concerned about how actually this doesn't benefit us at all, except when it does. And other such bullshit. So unrealistic. But I suppose it makes sense to them. Somehow. It makes sense to them. And pathetic fallacy. When the environment reflects the mood of the characters and stories, just one of the many pathetic things about the game. Yeah.
I'm here to listen. Feels like that discussion touched a nerve.
I shouldn't have reacted like that in front of everyone. I'm supposed to be the neutral party. I've let myself get close to people. Let everyone close to me. I sometimes forget my role on the crew. If I'd kept my distance, stayed more objective, maybe I could have seen this coming. Remember I said I had experience with someone close to me, going Nova, my sister. She's just like Ophelia. Not the screaming, but she's in pain. And when she loses control, people get hurt. Badly. At first, it wasn't too bad. She dislocated my knee one time, but I recovered. Now it's bad enough that she can't live with her own children. So this situation with Ophelia, it's personal. I'm projecting a bit, but Jesus, they even look alike.
That's who you called from the Bettys in Utah. Beatrice? Right?
You heard that? Huh. I guess I was careless. But yeah, that's who I called. I try to make contact once a month, as discreetly as possible. We only spoke for a minute. She's... I shouldn't keep you. Checking in on the rest of the crew is more important right now.
She should be done praying.
Theo!
Over here, Pax.
Okay, so she's upstairs. She looks happy.
Got a minute?
Sure, I guess.
What did you want to tell me last night?
Oh, that. It's not important now. Maybe some other time. As for the whole Ophelia thing, I don't actually want her to leave. I just... You know what? Forget it. I'm being petty. I'm probably just lashing out at Eli and Ophelia because I'm... jealous, honestly.
Because he ain't got no man to dig you out. Oh, that's crazy, Sigh. Listen, girl, you just gotta do what we said last night. Close your mouth. Close your mouth, fiction woman, and just open your legs to the possibilities. It still feels wrong, even when I say it without the humor.
I know they don't have it easy. They got to reunite. And so did you and Ziggy. So, where's my reunion? Huh? When will my family forgive me for my sinful crime of shitty street art? I've been out of juvie for a decade, but they won't even answer my calls. I know I should...
Well, that explains what she was doing.
That I should let it go. Mind over matter, or whatever. Time to put on a brave face and try to be more friendly.
Let me help.
How?
And then every single choice is a Vox. Every single choice is a Vox. Okay, kid, this might be a shot in the dark and work with me here, and blame Gnome for giving me the idea. Just because Gnome gives you the idea means you gotta do it? That's wild. That's wild. Again, curing people debilitating themselves and others isn't a big thing to say, and maybe stop dressing like a 10-year-old like a 10-year-old Pokemon bag trainer. Honestly, I'm not against her fashion choice. But at the same time, she could do better. I think she could do better. I don't think it's gotta be that bad. Honestly, Sai's fashion choice isn't... It's not unlike what I would have expected it to be had this character been, say, on a season of Power Rangers. However, it's a bit much. It takes some wild getting used to. But you know what I say, Chad. But despite the attitude and perseverance, there's some good coochie in there. There's some good coochie in there. No Grippy left behind. Chat, no Grippy left behind. We give her a chance just like everybody. At least that's what I think. Because in terms of personality, Sai's the only character that I originally actually liked for her personality outside of the core, inside of the core 4 and outside of the core 4. She's the one that's the most consistent with her decisions and behaviors, but how much of that is because of her own personality traits, and how much of that is because of the fact that she has not really had personality traits, per se. Not any of the ones particularly in a fashion that makes it extremely bad to see, for the most part. At least in my opinion. Semblances of things like that and shit like that. The normal kind of stuff, you know. It could always be worse. She could have had no personality whatsoever. And then her reaction is situations where she's not involved in any particular way that makes her feel like she should act the way that she chooses to, or is forced to, in the situations that she's been in. It would be even more grating for her personality trait. It's kind of like the core distaff between the core 4's personality traits, from how they originally started and where they are now. Theo was a lot more business, and Noma was pretty much just never-ending innuendos. And then Sai was reserved and just the artistic muscle, which I guess kind of goes against anything you'd think. Because as the artist, you'd think that she'd be the one who's more aloof, and she is aloof at times, but the only person she's really willing to open up with is Pax. How much of that is because of her own personality traits, and how much of that is because she's willing to put herself in that position and or trust other people around her to get her. There's a lot that goes in there. I'm not necessarily sure that everybody else in that situation gets a lot out. Mainly because of how hard it would be to justify it. Because she's scared of connections, or at least is scared of the opportunity of looking silly. Then ultimately, at a distance, it's not necessarily justified her terrors and fears. At least in my opinion. My opinion could be wrong, of course, but in my opinion, I don't think she has much reason to be terrified. She should want to have connection. She should want to be able to reach out and touch somebody. And despite my humor, she should not be scared of reuniting with her family. However, how much she gets to actually have as that well-welcome reunion really depends on how the designers decided to treat her emotional spectrum. I have a feeling they're not going to treat it very nicely. At least in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's at least my opinion. How much is Pax pushing her? Good question. A lot of the pushing of Pax's personality traits into Sai is probably one of the more worrisome parts of the narrative. A lot of those pushing, or the opportunities to push, feels like wanting to give them the chance to say that Pax has a lot more influence over her personality traits than she should. But I don't see much reason to say that it's not something that wasn't already there, and that's the reason why she's become aloof. That a lot of her concerns are based in the I've made so much progress, but how much of that progress is my own type shit. Because in terms of that, the I can do bad all of myself type shit can really just get annoying really fast. There's like a very, very large circumstance where you just... The more she talks, and the more terrified she does become of opportunities and differences, the more she's going to retreat inwards into herself. And then, of course, that becomes the question of how much of that is her and her own self, and how much of that is putting on a brave face for other people, and then how much of that is her interacting with those people in that particular spectrum. And does she give other people the chance to really get to know her, or is she running away from the opportunity because anything that puts her in that position of potentially having to worry about whether or not she is or isn't doing something meaningful makes her feel like she's not welcome in the group? Every single answer arrives back to, bitch, why you worrying? But then is it really unfair to ask bitch why you're worrying? She's got a lot to worry about. And then you have the capacity of, man, everybody else is getting to have beautiful shit. Why can't I get to have beautiful shit? This is so unfair to me and my things. Puts up a lot in the air. A lot in the air. Not necessarily say that any particular character has any less emotional capacity or any less opportunity for emotional capacity than anybody else, but it is not looking good. It is not the kind of personality conversation that I expect them to have the depth to deal with. Because more than likely, they could just fuck around and be like, haha, it doesn't really matter. But realistically, it should. I think this is the first... Well, no. There was other situations where she refused to use it. Some that I think probably would have changed if you told her to use it and not use it. But this, amongst others, is some of the first times that Sai has just denied involvement in the narrative and in the situation. So, if that's because of, like I said last night, the opportunity checks that the game decided to put onto me, where it decided, hey, how many times have you abandoned your friends? How many times have you actually consoled them? How many times have you actually tried to be there for them? Things like that can go various different ways, and I don't know how much of those situations are going to happen again, but I can only assume that the ones that they're providing the opportunities to happen for is only going to be for the kind of things that it wants to present as a part of the narrative for how they change and how they act, both to each other and interpersonally with Pax as liaison for the player character. It's a hard question. It's a hard question because it's really stupid. Because the way that they'll handle this, it could go well or it could go poorly. Because they want to be really stupid about this bullshit. Hello, you're welcome with the Negro on the stream. It's just so fucking shit, chat. Because this is where the narrative of the story can get really good. But I don't trust the writers to know how to balance this conversation. Because they haven't tried balancing it at all. They're very lazy.
I also don't trust him with that. Hello, Carl. Hello, Chad.
So fucking scuffed, bro. So fucking scuffed.
Okay, so how we're gonna manipulate her today?
We only got 3 choices. I will consider my choices as I look at the screen again. Just kind of looking at the chat room to see if they had anything they were going to add in with. So, Sai is the skull part of the Bulk and Skull variant of Power Rangers characters. True.
Yeah, I did say that.
Imagine that concept for a second there, chat. That Pax is the skull. Well, actually, no. It's Bulk. Inverse. Or actually, is she? Because Skull is the one that Jason Narvi presented that went on to become the Master of Letters. And then Bulk was the guy who basically was left behind to, inside of the Neo Saban era, to raise his son, who basically became a Neo Skull. So, in this concept, if Sai is the deep one, but is considered to be the one who also has the muscle, Pax, if she is the 2P in the pod, becomes the skull of that situation, kind of, but not really, because Bulk wasn't stupid. They were just bullies that evolved into people. In a Power Rangers universe where one of them has the ability to change the skin into a diamond hard substance, but is a coward, emotionally, and then the other is a smart talking nyuk 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 nyuk. What's that character? It's one of the uncle characters from Casper. The lanky, annoying one with the Italian accent.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Is the Italian suave talking know-it-all that also is an emotional coward, but both of them eventually evolve into characters that stand their ground and are a part of the crowd that are fighting back against the Legion of Evil during Countdown to Destruction. In a universe where these characters have the same exhibitable talents, that's a terrifying prospect. Because on one hand, they're human, and it's not like they're invincible, but on the other hand, one of them is female the Thing, and the other one is an emotional manipulator that can lie, cheat, and steal their ways into position of government. There would be no ability for the Rangers to be able to fight back against these people without having to expose them to the consequences of exposing their abilities.
It's hilarious that Beast Morphers actually goes into people lying like PAX does.
Yeah. Because there's so many things that we come down to this. Now, of course, in what people are calling the Children of Zordon logic of their timeline, which I guess Beast Morphers is a part of because it's inside the actual universe and is not part of a split dimensional universe. Exposing anomals like the crew puts them in risk of becoming test subjects, if not weaponized tools for the government. Which is why it's weird that outside the concept of Power Rangers Polygon, that Grid Battle Force even exists, because it's literally just Ranger Tech Government Edition. Which is weird, because why are non-Rangers responsible with the liaison behavior of this capacity? Like, did Marina Bay, or if I remember the name of the goddamn city correctly, did Marina Bay just not expand into becoming a government agency that would then become the backbone of Grid Battle Force? Listen, guys, we dealt with actual demons. Maybe we can be able to deal with the idea of people being fused with animalistic techniques and traits.
I like to think that they got together at some point. There was some sort of like combining of the two, given the RPM timeline and Beast Morphers timeline.
I mean, it's fucking weird because it's one of those things where it's like, yes, this woman who exists in another timeline where the first time a Ranger ever crossed over, because he couldn't show his face because he signed up for the Union, involves the Red Ranger talking to the Rangers of the Neo-Saban era, specifically in Power Rangers Samurai, for reasons that were only because of the crossover existing in Toku shit. The logic of the fact that Dr. K chose to bring her technology to the main universe for them to use in Grid Battle Force, for the plot of Grid Battle Force to even fucking happen, is dumb, but we're getting slightly off track here, but I want to follow this line where it goes. You have Billy becoming literally Power Rangers Bill Gates combined with Power Rangers Steve Jobs. His base of operations, assuming that Hartford County is nowhere near Angels Bay, because Angels Bay and Angels Cove are supposed to contrast and compare each other.
You're mixing up Marina Bay and Angel Grove.
You're right, Angels Grove. I'm thinking of Angels Cove, where Hartford County is, which is where Gosei is. These two things are comparative to each other. So you've got an operational base, assumptively, that isn't connected to it in any fucking way, because Lord knows, no one knows where Hartford County is. We just know that it exists.
True.
You've got Power Rangers Bill Gates fused with Power Rangers Steve Jobs. You've got Terra Venture still operating as a space colony out there in the world. You've got Lightspeed Rescue. You've got the secret Wind and Thunder Ninja Academies, now being ran by Cameron. You've got the Wind Ninja Rangers without their abilities, since it was used to seal the Abyss of Evil, operating as senseis, which only makes sense to then allow Ninja Steel to exist because of the fucking error that they chose to use with the abilities presented, since it was supposed to be a tie-in with Nin and Ninja, that you had the members from Kaku Ranger crossover and Ninja Storm crossover, which would be, say, Hurricane Ranger crossover, that Dan Marrero and his kids have to be students of the Hayabusa Wind Ninja Academy. You've got multiple factions and multiple intelligence agencies that would be very much aware of the Rangers, since some of them have been government agents, working together in the capacity that even if they didn't get it, from the fact that you've got Rangers in space somehow working on behalf of some fucking... I don't even remember. It's from the Mighty Morphin special, where they decided to try and, like, give honor to fucking JDF and Chui Trang again by saying, hey guys, these characters still exist. They didn't stop being Rangers, which, how the fuck does that make sense? How the fuck do you still have Mighty Morphin Power Rangers operating while also still holding on to turbo powers and shit like that?
Especially since the power cord should have been destroyed, turbo power should have been destroyed. I don't know what they're doing with the Zeo powers. They just kind of gave those up.
They're just existing there. They're not being used as a power source, because if they were, why the fuck does Tommy still have red Zero Ranger 5 and the rest of y'all niggas are not whipping his shit out?
Why is it black?
Especially since the Zeo powers are supposed to be stronger than everyone else. You basically can become Megazords with that sort of power, and yet no one uses it.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Smokes. Carrying forward the conversation.
Didn't they write themselves into a corner using the Zeo crystals because it was an infinite energy source?
Yes. That's the point we were making. We're carrying on the conversation. Not to stick on this for those who are not interested in this. In this universe, where people are concerned with normal people having superhuman abilities, similar to the civilian powers of Power Rangers, if Psy and Pax were ever to be involved in anything, you could never be able to not have them basically be extra assistants to any core group, because they are literally just humans, but they also are not humans, but they're literally just humans, so they could get killed very easily, or kidnapped very easily, and people could use their abilities for all of the catastrophes and calamities a person fucking could. There is no world where this would not make sense. Imagine if any of the antics of Vulcan Skull resulted in active problems, and I'm pretty sure that probably has inside the MMPR Productions run of television shows. Imagine at any moment that the two bumbling buffoons end up getting captured by, let's say, a machine empire. Oh, they've been transformed and permanently into cyborgs and androids. They have actively gotten hurt, and now their abilities are being used against you. Do you have the right to kill them?
No.
Well, this is also a thing from I'm tired of. I know I'm referencing Beast Morphers a lot, but this also is a thing in Beast Morphers in which they kind of cross that line in which their avatars are connected to their people, and if killing their avatars might actually kill the person that's under. This
has also happened with Tommy in his introduction.
It's really weird when it came to that capacity, because if I remember correctly, their avatars needed to be destroyed in order for the living person to regain their sentience. And eventually, once they did take care of Roxy, the reconstruction of her was not from an avatar base, but was specifically from roboticism, which is how they justified the Season 2 color change for her return, because Escape and Enter had their whole color change shit.
Yeah.
There you are, Graced. It's a very big toss-up, and the ultimate problem that I have with it, especially whenever they try to do these, we're dangerous, we have to be concerned about how people act, we gotta be safe and secure, and we have to think about people in the group. Y'all niggas don't care about your friends if you're willing to say no.
At all.
Occasionally, she has a little bit of the autism. She occasionally makes us feel physical pain. So we should just abandon her. This is exactly what happened to Professor Xavier as he got older and older in life and just occasionally had a 5% chance to go Nova, air quote, and just kill everybody around him.
Or are we talking about the times where he just straight up gaslight people into pretending that certain X-Men didn't exist?
Yeah. There's no world where they can ever try to give this question and then say, listen, guys, this is really fucked up. We gotta consider what happens here. Because Eli is 100% correct. Why the fuck would you leave Ophelia to fend on her own just because you're scared of her? That's not fair. Because y'all niggas were willing to leave the girl behind. That's not fair either.
It's not.
I'm certain there's...
At least the Power Rangers. Go ahead.
But I'm also hung up on how Soul just immediately gets offended by the fact that everyone that has these powers isn't helpful. It's like, they're debilitating. Like, there's obviously going to be some people out there that are just going to get the short end of the stick on that. Not everyone gets the smooth jazz and the poetry to able to heal people, Soul.
It's like I'm saying, 5-ton Big Dick McGee's just like, there's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing to be cured.
Is Is
Basically, he's doing that. He's
did
doing
this
that.
all start because of fucking Dustborn?
Yes, that's what we're currently doing right now.
Yeah.
They're at an impasse chapter that seems to be mostly drama, where Ophelia, which is a member of the group that has the ability to extend pain onto others, has a Professor X moment. And then, being shaken up in this Professor X moment, they start debating whether they're going to kick her out. Eli, a character who has the ability to hoax people in the sense that he can basically make them believe that anything that he can imagine is happening to them, says, if you kick out my main squeeze, because Ophelia is his old childhood friend that he rediscovered magically through the power of narrative, if you kick her out, I'm going to leave. And trying to debilitate the entire conversation, I chose the option where Gnome, the designated they-them, has the ability to make people at ease with their words, tries to smooth over the conversation. And Eli said, nah, fuck that shit, I ain't having this. And now, they're at the impasse of the conversation where they need to have the discussion between themselves about who's staying and who's going, and whether or not they should even stay, or if they should even go. Which then leads
Go ahead.
Which then led to the conversation about Sai, who is one of the characters that needed to be spoken to last, because she is mentally having herself a boom boom, where her consideration and her opinions are either not being heard or are being heard and listened to, but she's very much under the stress and pressure that comes with being forced to answer to the problems that other people bring her. And the options we're being presented with right now is to basically mind control her. Essentially. To make her feel better.
You know, I just got through like watching an 8-hour video about Tales of Symphonia, and I'm just having like really bad flashbacks right now.
I'm sure you are. The Tales of games get very annoying.
No, because although some of the dialogue is basic as shit, they literally answered this exact question of, can you really call them friends if you're so quick to abandon them? Because one of the characters, Karatos, he's like having this really bad moral dilemma because he promised the main antagonist's sister before she died to never abandon her brother. And he's like sitting here thinking because her brother essentially became a dictator who's using the humans. Yeah, he's just putting humans in farms in order to extract crystals to bring back his fucking sister. And
I remember that.
And Karatos was just like, I can't do this. And then his son quote unquote dies, and he's still like loyal to him to an extent. And like it takes his son going through this like mental journey of, okay, so the half elves are mad at what the humans did to them long ago, and in order to counteract that, they're doing worse than what the humans did to them long ago. So essentially, they're just creating a cycle of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yep, that's that. Thank you. This is all just bullshit. This is forced drama for the sake of forced drama.
I said the exact same thing last episode.
My fucking god. Karatos, you can just tell your son. You can just tell.
You cut out there in the middle. But yes, it's a bunch of melodrama for the sake of having melodrama. And it's mentally and emotionally annoying and taxing because they don't really treat it with the seriousness that it kind of deserves. I'm willing to forgive them for most of it, but the amount of fucking around and not finding out is tantamount to, okay, so we're not really playing with the idea. You like the concept, but we're not really playing with the idea. Y'all niggas are not really out here like that. Not for real. That's annoying. But the point still remains. The amount of effort where in every situation that these guys get involved in, they do this pantomime shit. Like, they're not about to come together and give kumbaya because Kami's committing to the idea that hard choices and hard sacrifices have to be made when the revolution can wait tomorrow is laughable in and of itself, but it's more annoying because they present the moral quandary and don't follow through with the consequences of the moral quandary. It's for play. It's pretend. And the play and pretend gets really annoying, especially when they have this inability to really successfully demonstrate the consequences that come with the fucking around and not finding out fast enough. Realistically, if they were to leave Ophelia to her own just because they're scared of her, Eli should just fuck them all over. Realistically. It's what he should do. Because what? You're gonna kick her out just because she went Nova once? And we have the ability to deal with it? Nigga nah. Because he's been chill the entire time. And the fact that he hasn't exploded until now is impressive. This is the most real conversation that they've been able to portray the entire time. And the amount of bullshit really has to stop, especially when you involve the idea of having other anomals use their abilities to smooth over the conversation. I thought that if I had chosen the action with Gnome, that she would have naturally talked them down, but no, Gnome decides to use her fucking ability. And then Eli's like, no, fuck that shit. Which is why I'm like, no, he's 100% in the right! The fuck? You know, it's just hard. What do you think, Graced? I can't hear anything. Did my fucking sound fuck up? Unplug. That's not the plug. Plug. There you go. There's my sound.
I'm coming into this completely new, reading the panels on the side, and all I can think is, man, fuck these characters. You're trying to kick someone out because you're jealous because you have shitty parents? Bitch, fuck you. People love each other, and you're just lonely, bitter, and jealous. Bitch, fuck you. You dirty, crusty bitch.
Yeah, from what I can gather throughout this whole game, it's just like no one is likable.
Everyone's terrible.
They're just shitty people who like to fuck each other. And then when
no one's had sex. No one's had sex. Not yet, at least.
I thought this was about a situationship. Hold up.
No.
What do you mean they haven't had sex yet?
They have. No one has had sex yet. The only people who have technically had sex is Pax with the character, I forget his name again, before the plot, which leads to her yes, Nigga Khan. That's not his actual name. He's basically a linguist for the group Nova Scotia, who's supposed to be studying the proto-language, which is where all of the characters that have abilities got them from a broadcast. This was covered in the last chapter, and then chapter and a half, actually. However, in this situation, the problem comes from them basically not having the cohesion as a group to say, here's the decisions, here's how it's going to happen, and we're not going to debate this because it's not a debate. This is not a debate. Because for all consideration, if these were the kind of relationships you'd see in a JRPG, effectively, the group is debating if they're going to kick out Eli's will they, won't they girlfriend. After reuniting with them, after a chance encounter, where they just happen to be in the right place at the right time for the small female character who hasn't had a voice because she doesn't have a voice, but she's super godly powerful. And the only person that can be able to translate that person's emotions is that same character. Also,
it's very convenient and very contrived.
Yes, and also the old man with the blonde hair, the Indian Joe Exotic, he has the ability to heal people, but only when he speaks poetry.
That's cringe.
Oh, the dude that shot.
Yes, yes, the one that fucking blasted her. No questions.
Which still raises so many questions out of how. Who's using real fucking guns in this? It's just using fucking birdshot against these people? What are you doing? If you could just be blown away by a shotgun, it's like, what the fuck is justice packing?
Not enough.
Apparently.
Honestly, this shit is just... this game feels like torture. That's an accurate description. Torture. This is probably torture. Carl, why are you waterboarding yourself?
Money.
He's also waterboarding me too, but I'm just here for the laughs.
Your name's your name is the Struggler. I'm sure you're being waterboarded.
Mm-hmm.
We're learning so much.
We're learning so much about what, Carl? If I wanted to watch If I wanted to watch a shitty melodrama about dumbasses with superpowers, I would watch Stargirl on the CW.
Well, he still having good fights.
No, they had Sportsmaster, which was the only good fight.
I forgot that show existed. Oh my goodness.
I only watched it because my barber recommended it. I almost dropped it, and then I saw Sportsmaster, and I'm like, they got me. They got me right here, right now. You got Sportsmaster, you win. Congratulations, you're the best CW.
Okay. I was not expecting a fan of Sportsmaster to show up.
Sportsmaster? The fucking Chad? He buries his wife, has a daughter, is one of the few supervillains that's an actual grandfather that actually loves their grandchildren. Fuck out of here. He's the best. He's fucking goated in my books.
Hey, I'm not mad. I'm just surprised.
Yo, he is the best of the Silver Age.
Okay, but let's get back on track here.
Anyways.
Sorry.
It's okay. Moving back on track. Our choices. I can block out her emotion. I can push her out of the funk. Or I can trigger her into positive thinking. None of these choices are good.
No. But Trigger's probably the most one. At least that will at least get her to feel her emotion for once.
Cheer up.
Oh, that's the worst pep talk I've ever had. Pretty triggering, man.
I feel like she just represses a lot of her emotions.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to circle through all of them.
That was some telltale shit I just saw. What the fuck?
That's what this game is. I gave her triggering, and now it's giving me a choice where I could just quit or keep pushing.
What? Are we just gonna mind break her right now? Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
We're doing our friend here?
Yep.
What is this game? Oh my
a little too late for that. Wait, what are you trying to do?
Just a hero, ladies and gentlemen. This is
Don't be sad.
Be happy.
Ow! Bitch, I'm working.
Nothing's working.
The extra from Spider-Man 2 will remember that.
This is kind of the point why we even got into this diatribe of the conversation. You are trying to make your friend feel better, not by talking to her. Even though you did try to talk to her, and she did leave conversation points on the table. They were going to open up to each other last night, with whatever side was going to talk about, but didn't. You have the opportunity to try and have that deep dive discussion, and instead, we are using our abilities to try and push past her boundaries.
Yeah, like, there isn't an option to, like, actually talk to her like a normal person.
We weren't offering.
Her powers against her.
We weren't offering at first.
You can't do that.
Plus, even if I surrender, the way that this game works is that it's all conversation dialogue trees.
Right.
So I don't even know what would be, quote, the correct answer here. I'm not allowed that option unless the game allows me that decision. So the depth of the conversation, despite how many ways we can discuss the merits of the conversation, only goes as far as Red Thread was willing to program. And
Gotcha.
they don't agree with my viewpoints. Not at all.
There were multiple times she had to sit through things in order not to use her powers, because the first thing she thinks of is using her powers.
You're happy.
That's the stupidest thing you've said all day.
Just I already went through some of the most passive and positive ones. Now it's just all the bad ones.
And none of them's working, so what's the point?
I think her powers only work when she's being negative. That's
This feeling is
a
normal.
thing.
Why does she look so awkward?
That makes it worse.
See, the last two are just horrible. Red Thread Studios, what did you mean by this?
Just bully her to making her feel better.
Bitch, stop being a bitch. Bitch.
Honestly, I think her powers are not working because you're trying to use them in a positive way.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
I think her powers only work when it's like anger or like selfish based.
I think this is the scene where they're taking the piss. Because it has to be, right? They have to be taking the piss here.
Also, this is a very greatly easily abusable fucking frame, dude.
Oh, yeah.
This is just a fucking shut up minority meme. This is what it is. It's like between these two things that I posted to Memery, it's like me when people agree with me when people disagree with me. My God. I think my mother's dinner is just done. I'll be right back. Shit! It's horrible!
Oh, God. I think this might be worse than Telltale Season 2 of Walking Dead. I think this may be worse. I think this may have worse dialogue.
And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we've been dealing with. It's like, they are just horrible people.
I saw the rhythm game segment, and it made me wish I was deaf.
The song.
There are multiple songs, by the way. There's actually a sing-along version of the first song, too, which made me rip my ears out.
Oh, the one they were singing at the car?
No, they're singing the bonfire, and they're singing a sing-along version of Where the Dustborn.
Oh, bro.
And it's terrible. It's terrible, because it's just like, you're sick. Those lyrics are... in sing-song form just seem more creepy. What the fuck?
They could actually play some actually good music instead of whatever the hell that was. Like, sincerely, if this is what rock, pop, or whatever the hell you want to call it has come to, I would much rather go deaf and blind.
I think they're trying to do punk, and it's just not
also
working.
I'm surprised nobody's called this out. She's dressed like Carol Danvers.
I mean, just like every other female character in the last fucking 10 years.
Yes.
Just off person that thinks that they're right all the time. But
No, I didn't say she's just Carol Danvers, but that's also accurate. I'm saying she's dressed like Carol Danvers.
Oh crap, I didn't even notice that.
Government-funded punk is diabolical.
It's a telltale sign, isn't it?
Yeah, punk's really dead, man. Punk
has been dead since System of the Down. Not System of a Down. I'm brain dead. It's Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say Rage Against the Machine.
Punk has been dead since Rage Against the Machine and since Metallica started issuing copyright strikes.
Oh, you mean the ones which ruined fucking music for online ever? The one that ruined their concert on Twitch, in which half of their fucking shit was copyrighted?
Punk has been dead since before I was a child. And the reason why I bring this up is because everybody forgets that MP3s, downloading MP3s online, used to be super fucking illegal. But it had like shitty enforced laws. So as a result, you just have people who would have the FBI open up their door, ask them a few questions, leave, and then never contact them again.
Yep.
I can only hope that if I exhaust all these choices, the game does not immediately do an autosave. Because I want to see what happens if I only use one option and then I stop. Let's try cancel. Cancel probably isn't as bad as bully.
You feel good.
What? No, I fucking don't. Stop this shit.
I'm trying here.
Try less.
You feel good.
I'm out.
Yo, I feel like if you do one more, she's gonna get decked. Please do it. I want to see her just get duffed.
I don't think the game's willing to go there.
Either that or she's gonna kiss, and I'm gonna be angry.
Who are you?
Okay, so all of those are horrible. However, she wasn't completely bad. Cheer up. Don't be sad. Be happy. You're happy. This feeling is normal. You feel good. Come on, smile.
She's literally trying to gaslight her friend into happiness. What type of bullshit?
Exactly.
They constantly do this throughout the entire fucking thing.
You're not sad. You're happy. You're happy. What are you talking about? You're crazy. You're crazy. You're happy. What are you talking about? You're happy here. Stop being crazy. You're happy here.
Honestly, I think my theory is correct. Her powers don't work unless they are from a place of selfishness or of need out of her selfishness.
Well, yeah, she's extremely selfish. Look at her. I can take one gaze at this woman and know she's selfish. If I saw her on the street, I would cross the street to avoid her.
See, I'm not completely sure if that's true or not, because Gnome's abilities could also not work in this capacity, because Eli was still fucking pissed that they insisted that his kind of sort of maybe girlfriend would get kicked from the group. And she's all about gaslighting people into having passive responses. It could be possible that any of Gnome's abilities work like that.
True, but it would make sense for Pax's powers to work like that.
Hold up. Wow, asking a woman to smile? How misogynist.
Yes.
See, if it was me, I'd smack the bitch and tell her, get over it. Fuck you, fuck your family, okay? They're not in your lives anymore. They're not in your life, okay? If they're not in your life, move on. You can make a new family. You have cousins that are related to you by blood. Just make a new family. Find people you like. They will fulfill that hole at a heartbeat, at a hair drop's notice.
Kappa. I don't know if we should be telling her to fill holes.
Yeah.
She's going to take the wrong advice from that. God damn it.
Regardless, let's go down a different conversation route. First time I asked her about last night. This time, let's actually ask her about what's going on with her mental capacity. It'll probably be the same shit.
I'm with you.
Well, I had an opinion, so something.
You're kind of making my point for me, girl. Why do you want Ophelia to leave?
I don't actually want that. Okay, dude, I'm not proud of myself. But this shit has
She wants to
affecting
bang
my own
Ophelia.
family shit, and you know what? Forget it. I'm being petty. I'm probably just lashing out at Eli and Ophelia because I'm jealous. Honestly.
I'm not sure I would ever rationally really analyze that situation as her being dismissive of her own emotions. She's not being dismissive of her own emotions. She's not centering herself as more important than the other people in the scenario. It's not the same thing. Treating it like it's the same thing is pretty shitty.
Mm-hmm.
And then insisting that it has to be that is really annoying. Because where do you go up from there? I don't think that's really mature of a response to have. Especially since I chose the path where she is acting mature about her perceptions and about her reactions to things. If her entire path line, based on my choices, is any way close to the semblance of what I wanted, she has more reason to have the perspective that she currently has than any other perception that she shouldn't have. Where she's more dismissive of people because she's more aloof. She's not necessarily being dismissive of her own emotions by not centering herself in the situation and then being willing to say, no, I'm just jealous because it's got me thinking about the fact that my very, very bigoted dad and my mother, who's become a doormat, and my siblings don't get to see me the way that I've seen you reconnect to your mother, reconnect to your sister, connect closer to the group, treat me like a friend, treat your ex like an ex that you're getting even closer to. When do I get my turn? When is it my choice? That's fair, and she's willing to say it, where in most places, most people would be embarrassed to say it, because they would then be told, you're not that important. And she's saying she knows she's not that important, but that doesn't mean that she stopped feeling. And then what did we do as her friend? Come on, bitch, express your feelings. Emote to me! Emote to me! But I don't wanna. Emote to me! This is how we got onto the conversation about Bulk and Skull to begin with. The entire timeline with the evolution of a friendship, as well as the camaraderie and how they interact with Power Rangers, evolved over fucking 4 installments.
Mm-hmm. It's hilarious how that's a lot more believable than this shit.
And then, if connected to the Neo Saban timeline, he trusts his friend so much, he sends his son to be reared by him while he's off doing other shit.
That sounds like Jesus.
Meanwhile here, this companionship between a person who's a street artist, who apparently went to juvie because she liked to do street art, so Muslim fat Banksy, and a street con artist who likes to steal people's money, convince them to give their money to charity, or hoax them into believing that they didn't just give them money or didn't already deliver their meal. You expect me to believe that these two people are capable of having this conversation in a way that doesn't involve Vox? Specifically Pax, since she's the one that can make people express things or do things. Or, if you actually include Gnome, that Pax can do something fucked up, it affects Sai, and both Pax and Gnome use their abilities on Sai to manage her apparently off-the-wall cantankerous emotions. Because Sai, in her own words, said that she used to be a lot more, compulsive, which I'm not. That doesn't track with the artist mentality. You can't be a compulsive artist when you draw art the way that she does. To the point that she has enough skill that she can freehand the shit while not paying attention to people. Looking away from the tablet, and you're still drawing, and it, quote, looks good. In context, it's just the art assets superimposed onto the screen. But this is the level of your skill. But you're out of control and you're compulsive. Okay, yeah, I believe you, game.
Okay, I believe you.
You know, it's one of those things in stories where they tell but don't show.
I mean, in order for them to do that, that requires them to program it. If it takes too much effort to program, that's okay. That's not an excuse to cop out from doing it, but that's okay. But then, I still am beggared to think about, well, why aren't you trying to do that? Why can't I get a flashback to how they used to live before the situation? Because technically, that's what this chapter should probably be at some point. And we're just delaying it by having this conversation. But for all the other flashbacks we got a flashback to her with, thank you chat for that by the way, we've got a flashback to Pax with Jacob, to what probably led up to her fucking conception of this proto-language baby that exists, which again, chat's 2 for 2 on that. We got a flashback to setting up the gig job that they were hired for with Gnome. We got a flashback to Pax's childhood with Ziggy in Chapter 2. We haven't gotten a flashback for Gnome, where Gnome's the main character, mainly because I guess they didn't program in an asset for that. We didn't get a flashback in the capacity for anything to do with Eli or Ophelia or Patsy, when Patsy was in the narrative for Chapter 3. Any of the things that were relevant, we didn't get at all, period, for the relationship between these two characters. And we've been told more than we've been shown, and whenever we are told something, it only serves the narrative for what we've been told mattered for that context, and nothing else. So, I'm going to be very, very, very expectative that whatever we get will never live up to the possibility of what we could have had versus what we actually, quote, deserve to get. But that's a whole different breakdown for later. Anyways.
I know they don't have it easy. They got to reunite. So did you and Ziggy. So, where's my reunion? Huh? When will my family forgive me for my sinful crime of shitty street art? I've been out of juvie for a decade. They won't even answer my calls. I know I shouldn't care. That I should let it go. Mind over matter. Or whatever. Time to put on a brave face and try to be more friendly.
I mean, it's not that you shouldn't care. You should care. And yes, you should try having closure by allowing yourself to forgive yourself and letting it go, as you can't make your family understand you or reconcile with you. But you should be allowed to bitch out your emotions to your friend, and as your friend, I should be able to say, girl, come here, let me hug you like I did the other night, instead of trying to gaslight you.
Yes, trying to use your powers on her. Why don't you just act like a normal fucking person, Pax? Oh wait, you can't because you're Pax.
Be happy.
Ow! Bitch, I'm working on it, okay?
I'm sorry. I'll drop it.
What was that all about?
I was trying to use my Vox to make you feel better.
Right. And are you done?
Yeah. I was hoping I could actually use vocals to trigger good feelings, but I should know better. I'm not built for that.
None of us are. We have these fucking powers, but none of them do us much good. You make people feel bad, I turn into a brick. Sometimes I wish we could just say the word and change everything. Like,
I knew it.
the word of God? I mean, isn't that what people think we can do?
What if we could?
Yeah, fuck off. You just tried to cheer me up and that didn't work. What chance do we have to change the world?
Whoa, Sai. What the fuck? Bitch, how does that make sense?
Fuck?
Eh?
You tried to cheer me up both by not using your abilities and using your abilities that are the proto-language of God. So, what hope do we have to really change the world? Just let bad shit happen.
Just give up. Just fucking give up.
Fuck Christ almighty. So
You try to help a person one time, and yet you're just like, yeah, I'm just gonna give up everything. Fuck it. Love this character. Love it. Just fucking love it.
I'll fold this bitch. I'll fold this bitch.
I'll fold this bitch too, but not the way you want to.
Ayo.
You're married.
Yes, I am. This is a fictional character. And you can join in.
Carl, your standards shouldn't be that low.
That they're not low. Sai just needs she just needs some correction, okay?
And a wardrobe change.
Oh, she can keep the clothes.
You're right. I too would need liquor to handle this game.
I don't have liquor, so imagine what inner turmoil I'm in.
If anything, why don't you have the two characters that are going through a conflict, Sai and, was it Ophelia? Or what was the guy?
Eli.
Eli, thank you. Yeah, why don't you have Eli and Sai, you know, talk it out like rational adults, you fucking big baby.
How many times have I said this throughout the fucking streams, Carl? How many times have I said that?
Several.
Just because you're the main character doesn't mean this is Clementine talking to Kenny for the 90th time, and Kenny's just losing his shit and somehow becoming the most rational member of the party. Except this game is written by hacks.
It's not helpful the way that they just throw away the opportunity. It's really dumb. I hate the fact that it's really dumb. But
melodrama's gotta happen, though. Melodrama. Don't you want melodrama?
You wanna know how, even in like terrible shows, the way that I will never forget that episode of Power Rangers where it was, I think, the Pink Ranger and another character, where she was like, I know you don't like me. She's like, yeah, I do, but we can still work together.
I don't remember which one.
I think it was Operation Overdrive.
Oh yes, one of the ones that many people skipped.
Yeah, the worst one. One of the worst ones.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either.
I'm not a fan of iMac.
But honestly, you are a grown adult. I get that your parents still don't like the fact.
In their 30s, by the way. In their 30s.
They're in their 30s?
Yes.
Acting like a teenager?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I've been complaining about the whole time.
If you are in your 30s complaining about the fact that your parents don't talk to you for 10 years, grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. Honestly, your parents should have beat you as a kid.
They probably did. She's Muslim.
Okay. Ayo.
She's Muslim?
Yes.
Yes.
It's the superficial kind of Muslim that they usually inject to these stories, but the sheer fact is that she's devout enough that she does try to pray, but then also, even as a joke, will order bacon for other people to live vicariously through them.
I can't.
Yeah.
I am unable to can. I physically cannot. She's all moon, no slim. That's diabolical. God damn.
That's wild. That's a deep burn.
But no, she's in her 30s. She's in her 30s acting like a bitch. You should get kicked out the band. I'm not dealing with no volatile, damn near middle-aged bitch who can't properly express herself.
It's not a true band. They are a group of criminals that are smuggling data across alternate universe fascist America.
So this is just Persona 5?
Not quite. I'm not sure.
This is Persona 5 if none of the characters were hot or likable?
Again, I'm not sure. We don't truly know what the full breakdown is yet. And that's acting like people inside the Persona universe.
Of course she doesn't celebrate Ramadan.
Well, I actually haven't seen her celebrate a single thing yet.
Yeah. Of course this bitch doesn't celebrate Ramadan. That's obvious. Look at her. I'm bullying the shit out of her. She's fictional. I shouldn't get this bad. She's fictional. She's fictional.
Yeah, but this is also par for the course for everyone else in this band. Except for Theo, who actually does seem to have a decent head on his shoulders.
I want to use her as an ashtray. Oh my god.
What do you mean by that?
You know exactly what I mean by that.
No, I don't. Illuminate it for us.
I want to put out my lit cigarettes on her tongue so she can stop talking.
Okay.
How can you be 30 with this bad communication skills?
You're asking the fictional character written by the real people who probably have the same hangups.
God, Carl, I'm asking God.
God doesn't have the answers. That's why he sent men like me.
Carl, you're a heathen in the purest form.
Yes.
Don't start this.
Yes, but you realize that they sent men like me to this earth because we were the ones that get the job done.
God has abandoned us. This is truly the darkest timeline.
No, he didn't. He sent men like me to do it. The men that he sent have abandoned you all. For the people in the audience, he is, well, he's not joking when he says what he's saying, but I'm joking.
Persona 5 with no this is hell. No Kawakami, no Sai, no Taken. This is hell. Wake me up. Wake me up. I'm tired. Send me out of this dream, this nightmare.
Kind of acts like Ryan from Battle in Season 2. Yeah, I get that. I see it.
It's comparative to a lot of things. I am not a fan of how they chose to write it, as though they don't have the ability to control their problems or solve their problems. But it's really all in the mind of how they choose to approach the issue, and I don't think they approach the issue properly with any of the characters and how they chose to mold about the particular things they have as hang-ups for. But, you know, again, like you were just saying, like I was just saying to you in response to what you were saying, them being able to maturely handle these problems and treat the characters with the level of seriousness they desire and need is not necessarily on the level that you'd expect. The comparison that we made last time is that this plot has definitely gone into the Final Fantasy slash SMT mainline era of behavior. If this were the Vortex world, these characters and the way that they are approaching situations would make more sense. And considering that they are technically on a road trip to what is supposed to be the opportunity to change a better life, and pregnant migrant bitch here is not truly being open with everyone else, which is probably leading to the contempt of her own issues. What?
Did you just say pregnant migrant? Did you just say pregnant migrant bitch?
Yes, Dax is pregnant. She hasn't told anybody at all.
I thought you said. I thought you were talking about Psy for a second.
No.
I got so scared.
Why would you get scared by a heavy-set woman catching some dick?
No. You're wrong. You're wrong. I wouldn't be upset by a heavy-set bitch getting pregnant. No. I would get upset about this heavy-set bitch getting pregnant.
All women are attractive in a muumuu and a bonnet, okay?
No, all women are attractive with a sloppy...
Be very careful with what you're about to say in that sentence.
No. All women are attractive with enough alcohol in your system.
I don't need alcohol for this. She has qualities. It's just that her best qualities are covered by extreme layers of neuroticism. Technically, all of the characters are like this, but you know.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's like this. Like it's not fun.
It's not just Psy.
No, it's not just Psy.
No, it's not just Psy.
Gnome is probably the worst one.
I have woke up in hell. This is hell. The fact that this is modeled off of an actual human being makes me think that God has left and Satan just said, no, I'm gonna stop doing my job. He's given up. He's given up on redeeming the sinner. He's given up on torturing the sinners. He's given up. It's over. It's so over.
I wouldn't say it's never been more Jover, but it's pretty bad. Especially the amount of energy that they put into just, let's give up.
It's sad to say that I like the Scions of the Seven Dawn more than I like Psy or any of these characters from Earshot. And I hate the Scions of the Seven Dawn because they're incompetent, cocky assholes who fuck everything up and then be like, hey, Hero of Light, you got this, right? You got this gang, right? You got this demon, right? You got this god.
They crutch on the main character, yes. That is a pretty obvious thing.
They got me arrested.
Who got you arrested?
The Scions of the Seven Dawn. They got me arrested.
I'm missing context. Who are they?
Final Fantasy 14, the supporting cast.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the usual, like, hey, main character, you solve all our problem bullshit.
Okay, I see.
Have you managed to get a TPK yet? Have you, Carl?
Have I managed to kill the party in this game? No.
Please tell me that's an option.
I don't think it is. It is more visual. It's more visual. It's more visual novel than it could ever be in RPG. So they probably don't have a fail state for it.
Yeah, but you can die in fate like infinitely.
I don't think we've actually ever seen a fail state when you die in combat.
Nope.
Oh god, who is this game for?
Leftists on the internet that believe idpol tactics are ever comparable to justifiable morals. Cap no cap.
I need drugs, Carl.
I'm sorry, I ain't got no drugs. All we have is Graced. And Grace does not get down like that. I don't think so. Do you get down like Grace?
Nah.
Grace does not get down like that.
That is very fair. Grace, thank you for being a blessing in this dark and troubling time.
Thank you for being an example of what black womanhood looks like.
I've just been silent for a few.
If I was a bastard, I could have gone somewhere so dark with that.
Yeah, me too. I can make jokes, but I'm just gonna shut up.
I can already see the Twitter post now. That's right! Single player Carl, bigot to the stars.
And I'm just gonna reply like, hey. The bigot is me, okay? I am the bigot.
He is the Clit Commander, but I am the Clit Emperor.
Yes, sir.
Kappa. Anyways.
Fuck you.
I don't know, Sai. Maybe we can.
Hey, let's work through size bullshit.
Which is Isaac J, the Word of God sounds a lot what Jay was talking about.
To clear my head. Talk to you later.
Sure.
Also, it's crazy that she just straight up gives up.
No, we can't leave her behind. She has to come with because that's who you are. You don't leave people behind, Pax.
I don't believe that Pax is willing to steal people's shit. She would definitely leave people behind.
I beg your oh, right, she's a criminal. You know what? She's kind of proving the stereotype true of the migrant who don't do shit but steal and commit felonies.
I mean, they're all technically migrants that steal and commit felonies. They left in this universe. The entire state of California is a country. And it's ruled.
You're being thanked by Chad.
And it is considered a country that has a special kind of class of police force called Puritans. And the Puritans are basically SMT angel villains. They at least have the aesthetic of being one. It is implied that, I don't even know if he is Indian or whatever fucking culture he is, but the adjunct, who might as well be Metatron, to this universe's Yahweh, is a British-sounding, white-haired individual implied to be in a relationship with him. But of course, it looks so stupid and bumbling because it's never-ending jokes about how stupid they are and incompetent with technology. But they are effectively a country ruled by a overly authoritarian technocracy of militant devout faith and belief, with control over technology that involves aerial travel, hover cars, although hover cars seem to be the standard mode of travel everywhere in the world. Hover cars, flight, self-propelled aerial propulsion, so flying in gravitational fields, force fields, and technology that has a globally interconnected network of intranet.
Don't forget the robots. Don't forget the giant-ass robots that they use.
That's Justice, though. Justice had the oversized robots and shit. Both of them have robots.
Are they just the angels from SMT4 or from SMT2?
I think SMT5 is more...
Probably more like 5.
Probably more like 5?
Probably more like 5. I am only very aware of 5's plot just because I've been trying to avoid it, but it's much more like 5.
Well, the adjunct looks just like a fucking Noabito.
Yes, he does. More than likely, there's somebody in their studio who's a fan of it. As it definitely felt like it's an SMT mainline villain. Specifically somebody who is chaotic lawful.
Actually, I realized something. This is just a plot to No Straight Roads.
I don't know what that is.
It's a rhythm beat 'em up game in which you're two
Sorry, go ahead.
In which you are two rockers who are going against a corrupt system of rockers inspired by someone else, and then you fight the head you fight the head of the record label, who is like hard lawful evil. And it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, but at least in that game, it was real enough to be like, yeah, you're at the top. Now what? Now how are you going to save everyone else?
The characters are actually interesting. There are actual character dilemmas.
Mm-hmm.
The characters have clear goals and aspirations.
Yeah, I don't hate them.
And the game is fun.
Yeah.
Except some of the rhythm game segments. They can go fuck itself.
The next time you're in combat, can you just let yourself die? I suppose. More than likely, it's going to save state back to the beginning of the combat encounter.
I'm curious.
People's DoorDash orders if they look rich enough.
Yes, that was part of her backstory. She would steal from people
it was.
if she considered them to be rich enough that they could, quote, afford it.
Let me guess, we're doing the trope of the honorable thief.
No, she is not honorable. She is horrible.
Two things about that. One, that was the big plan that you had with your powers? With your powers in particular. That was your big plan. Really? Just steal DoorDash orders?
Well,
Really?
she said she was tired of doing small cons and gigs, and that she needed to, quote, apply herself and do something serious, which was why she was gonna take this gig with her pregnant ass, run to Jacob in Nova Scotia, and never look back. But now, because I've made her into a proper person with real emotions, not stealing from people, she's been forced to confront herself, and now she doesn't know what she's gonna do with herself. Because she feels bad about her actions, and she should. Because she's horrible.
we as a player character shouldn't have to force that.
Wait, doesn't she get? Hold on, doesn't she get shot at and like beat in combat? That baby's.
Yes. We've addressed this. Apparently, this bitch has superpowers.
Yeah. She can beat up fucking robots that can rip concrete like tissue paper.
That baby is looking like a spaghetti, a pot of spaghetti right now.
It's actually really surprising how many things she's gotten involved in, and how she just has either come away unscathed, or the shit just does not faze her.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I hate pregnant characters in fiction, like 90% of the time. They just get pregnant and then just eat all the damage in the world, and they're somehow fine.
Well, if we're gonna be fair, she's in her first trimester. So, if she was pregnant right before this plot went off, after they started planning it, she's at most, like, right at the cusp of her 3-month pregnancy. And yet, I am still beggared to believe how the fuck she does not take more care to not be in combat. Because her pregnancy very much is an afterthought. You get hints and shades of this in the beginning, namely when you arrive to the place that you go to get the car fixed, where Theo expresses that he could have been dicking down Luna had things gone better. Because, of course. But then again, she was thick as fuck. She was thick as fuck, bro. She was thick as fuck with the jumpsuit. You get the hint that she's pregnant because she just starts vomiting into a toilet. But over the course of the narrative, she has been more open with talking about the baby, especially with provocation from Viola / the caretaker, because she was basically asked, hey, why don't you try being a human being and having emotions? See if it works out for you. And her reaction to that was to lean into it. But when she did mention it aloud, Sai was the only person who so far has shown any concern of picking up on that detail. And at the same time, Sai's still going through her own shit. I was actually hoping that during that late night encounter, that Pax would actually open up to her core group of friends and tell them, guys, I'm pregnant. But she did not. Nobody opened up. They instead all talked over each other and did not listen to a single thing anybody said.
Yep, and it was supposed to be like this passionate sort of, yeah, everybody together moment. It's like, it's not doing that. What are you doing?
Because by all means, and we need to continue with the plot because we're spending a lot more time talking than we are exploring. The core four are supposed to be the most connected of the bunch, since everybody else was picked up along the road with the exception of Ziggy, who is her foster sister, in the sense that Pax is a orphan and was adopted by the two lesbian moms. But if she's supposed to care about them in any serious capacity, where their sisterhood is only as important and only as relevant as their ability to actually deal with each other, the only people that would have the ability to care about each other in the core narrative would be those 5. Everybody else doesn't really matter, because they don't have familiarity and they don't have connection to the other characters in that way. And that would be fair since they're not on the start page for the game. So I'm assuming, because I made the correct choices, they get to come along for the ride. But for how relevant and how long is that going to matter? That's the question I'd arrive at. I would argue that they'd start falling off at some point. And I don't know if this is that point. Realistically, it doesn't take away the fact that this is a bunch of fucking melodrama, and they should be able to handle these problems immediately. The fact that they're not is bullshit to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But I digress. Anyways, let's find out what these two girls want. Also, the little girl that she's holding the hand of there, that's Girl. This is the small migrant. She is all of the ethnic coded, including them big ass lips. Although technically, most of the black characters, air quote, have big ass lips.
Her name is just a girl.
They do not know what her real name is, and they did not come up with a name
okay.
to name her, so she is girl.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because she doesn't talk.
I don't know why, but when I heard the name Eli, I was picturing him to look exactly like that, but white.
No.
Yes, haircut null.
Yeah, same haircut.
See, I'm actually impressed that they found a way to make this work, although he's probably over on the porch, and I can't get to the porch because they're blocking my way. Eli's hairstyle is literally a double side shave into dyed twin tail cornrows. This nigga is quite literally Okuyasu fused with JoJo 4, and
Josuke.
it annoys the piss
Josuke.
out of me. Yes, Josuke, and it annoys the piss out of me.
Hey, what's going on?
She wants everyone to play the game.
I just hate his
She knows
haircut.
everyone's
It's so
upset.
bad.
She wants to help.
It's that
Sure,
same
you
sort
can
of.
play the game without
It's
me.
in that same arc of like Killmonger haircut,
What game was
in
it
which bunch of fucking white women think that this is what black hairstyles are like, right?
Yes. Hide and find.
Hide and find. How the fuck did you get cover face and then hand over head twice from that?
We
Like, is she signing? Like, what?
The closest to signing that it can be, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Also, girl can
Let's play.
teleport.
She says
She's
you're good
literally
at finding
just
people, Pax.
slipped under like
I'll tell
multiple
everyone to
people.
hide.
In places where she should have never been able to escape them without being noticed.
You can
Is there
do
any
it.
good music in this game? 'Cause
No.
There are 2 songs so far that have been decent. One of them was an instrumental played in the last chapter section to communicate with the squid that we don't get to experience again, which was very much the vibes of Helix 2. And then the other one is the gig grind that actually has a good bass behind it, but none of the lyrics are good. None of the lyrics are good.
You wanna know what would really like help this game a lot more? Is if they had good idle music, so that when you're having the dialogue like this, it plays and it just
3, 2, 1. Ready or not, it's on.
There you go, Dominique. Get that paycheck, girl. Although, why do I still have my meme for this? Because wouldn't I be able to just use this to detect where they are?
Yes, actually.
See, exactly! Exactly like this!
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that some bullshit? Did I just glitch through that, or is that... Yep, no. Her body actor actually blocks the position. Technically, I wouldn't be able to do that if the camera wasn't fixed like that, but that's okay. And this echo's probably gonna move that hill bay.
Yep. Or Crusher underneath it. This is fucking explosive.
Yep, that definitely wouldn't knock me over. Mm-hmm.
Found you.
I don't
Failed.
I don't believe these characters are
You
worthy of
didn't
life.
fail. I'm supposed to be able to find everyone.
Oh,
Yes, that's how hate Bill.
good work, Pax.
I swear to God, this girl is an even more dark and gloomy emo Daria.
She's supposed to be like a fish out of water type.
Fish out of water, complete with the kind of storyline that was inside of the character Ophelia from Brutal Legend.
At least Daria is self-aware.
The game
And
does
the
everything in its power to make the characters unattractive, but Carl still manages to simp for side.
Not simp for her. I would beat the shit out of her. Did you just say Hail Bay? Yes, I did. Probably.
In a fight, right?
Yes, in a fight. And then Star would help me give her correction afterwards. See, you're implying that it would be a bunch of sex, but it would not be. At least not me. You feel what?
I'm just gonna ignore the last 3 sentences you said.
I mean, someone has to put their hands on her to remind her the world is not that bad. She is hiding under the barrels.
I see you.
Don't fucking bang your head on the wall.
Hey, come back.
Hey, come back. Fucking mean come back.
Here we go again.
Well, I guess she just walked off and disappeared again. But no, Pax's problem is that she hasn't had a proper support structure. I would give her support and then start to beat the shit out of her.
You know, I've been spoiled by Kali Uchis.
Who?
Uchis.
Snoochie Boochie?
Kali Uchis. She makes good music about how much she loves her husband or boyfriend.
If you hadn't jumped out, you could have won the game.
I've been spoiled by her.
Scaring you was way more fun.
Watching Dustborn reminds me of that.
This man actively gave up winning the fucking hide and seek competition for trying to scare the shit out of her.
Based.
It would have been funnier if she had pissed herself.
Also, it still says you haven't found a girl.
I have what?
It says you still haven't found a girl.
She walked off. If I walk inside, it's considered not playing, because I guess Gnome's not playing. But yeah, girl walked off. It showed me the portrait of Sai, so Sai's probably hiding somewhere nearby here.
Of course Gnome's not playing, she's too posh for that.
This game used to be about misinformation. How did it become about this drama bullshit?
Are you kidding me? They love this shit. They love this type of shit all the time.
I'll give you another shot.
If it's not drama, no, it's not. If it's not fucking drama, it's them reinstating their beliefs over and over and over and over again. It's never anything else.
Can you?
I'm not
Can you climb the building?
No. They're supposed to stay inside the fence, so are they also hiding in the house? I imagine they have to be hiding in the house. Because the kitchen is where I walk to stop playing. So if they're not all outside... somebody's in the chicken coop. Yes, somebody's in the chicken coop.
Imagine if it's the girl who's chicken shit.
Is that a mouse I hear? Gotcha. Hey, come back.
Bitch, how the fuck did you move that fast?
He's the flash strong. She's a bleach character. She can do flash step.
Where the fuck else could you have gone?
I'm coming for you. Where are you? Guys, help me out here. At least give me a peep.
Guys, come on, let me win. I know we're playing a game of hide and seek, but come on, guys.
This is too hard.
A hint. What emotion, Dominique Tipper? A number one status. This was definitely worth all of our government's money.
Honestly, every time she speaks, I feel my spirits change.
Hello? suck at this. And you're all weirdly good at it.
She said after finding multiple people.
Does the cube just give you the answers?
No. It's supposed to be their version of interactive features, while this Control-Shift key I'm using is the way to enter the stillness, which is the equivalent of the other world that these echoes exist in, which is another way to say a certain type of detective vision. It wants me to press it in case you get lost, because remember, this is a journal game.
Right.
I'll never forget the fact that SMT added journalism mode in SMT 3.
I just want to go play SMT 4 again.
It's such a good game.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Theo's in here? No, it's not.
I hope so too, Frosted Glass. I hope so too.
No, even as mid as Apocalypse is, it's still a way better game than this.
The characters are actually likable.
Yeah, even though they are basically out of an anime, which doesn't fit for SMT at all.
The anime aesthetic does not fit.
You're thinking
SMT
SMT
ever.
4 Apocalypse.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm thinking that's SMT 4.
yes,
Yes.
but the anime aesthetic doesn't work for SMT, period. It doesn't work for SMT because they're not supposed to be anime characters. In the capacity that, because there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with me, but fuck them because they don't actually understand Shin Megami Tensei. They're supposed to have morals and opinions and values. They're supposed to, on the anime spectrum, be closer to the attitude and the behavior of Devilman Crybaby than anything else. But instead, they decided to go for waifuification. And the waifuification of video game characters, as well as protagonist characters, side characters, love interests, has made every single thing to do with these characters fucking annoying. Because the closest that you can get is a spectrum between Code Geass, the first two runs, the one without the reinterpretation with the timey-wimey bullshit to fucking save that bitch from getting killed, and...
I'm sorry, what?
You remember that there was a repack of the Code Geass series, the one that basically changed the outcome so that that one character didn't get killed, and because that one female character got saved by Jeremiah/Orange, that then went on to the sequel films that basically said, but what if Lelouch isn't dead, actually? And what if he's actually just hiding so that he can come back and live with everybody else happily?
So, kind of like what happened with the Evangelion remakes, where they added in a new character just so Shinji can have a mentally stable girlfriend.
Correct.
I still hate that, by the way, and I hate what came out of your mouth as well.
I am on episode 2 of the original Neo Evangelion. Thank you very much.
The problem is that when you have this dividend where people care more about the sexual involvement with their characters rather than the actual plot, you end up with, well, what I was about to say, which is the difference between the original run and the character consequences of Code Geass and Baldur's Gate 3. Now, Baldur's Gate 3 is a very bad example because the amount of people that like playing those games are the same people that the Veilguard was made for, which is sad because Dragon Age used to be good in Western JRPGs, at least as good as we could get, and then what it's become now is, well, where's the games? Oh no, single player Carl, you shouldn't be judging the fact that the games are not at the top. You asking that question is you not being realistic, and it's also you being toxic and petty. Of course they're not going to have gameplay footage on Twitter where they're trying to get as many impressions about the things as possible. No, IGN's job is instead to basically, and illegally, be open platformed marketing and ads for the game. Because, oh my god, I can give my character mastectomy scars instead of, plot about the fucking game's actions and what you can do in it.
Joshua Salz, have you seen the art for SMT 1 and 2?
I have.
I said Joshua Taylor, my bad. I said stop this.
But the problem is that animification doesn't work for SMT, and certainly shouldn't be the case of Persona. The most anime-esque that you should have gotten was Persona 3 Reload and Persona 3 Vice. The most that you could have done if you were to do it, because this is the reason why they ended up making the golden version of those films through the form of the Persona 3 movies, all 4 of them, where you're doing basically the golden choices that you could have done through a playthrough, which is also the same thing they did with Persona 4, the animation, especially when they then redid the golden animation. People have the perspective that they should have gone with the waifuification of the anime characters. Where the fuck did this girl go? With the animeification of the
I need some help, guys.
characters in the capacity
Please give me a hint.
that
I need help. Pete.
There's stairs in the basement.
I know there's stairs in the basement. Those go up to the same place inside the building. But the animeification of JRPG characters is that you have a lot, and I mean a lot, of people identifying with concepts that are not a part of the core game values. This is where the stairs go. It goes up to the center of the building.
Anyone hiding here?
Is he in the living room? He is small.
There really are no hiding places here, are there?
I guess everyone's in the kitchen? That doesn't explain where girl is. Is she in the kitchen? Okay, it's an interactive...
Turn on your echo sense in the bathroom.
Oh, no, he's hiding over here.
What's up, Soul?
I fucking hate plastic plants. There's no coverage.
That's hilarious. But, the animeification of the characters means that instead of identifying with the plot, you're instead more focused on the sex scenes. And this is effectively what a lot of the games became. Now, of course, hentai games exist, but ironically, games like Rants, the Rant series of video games, Alchemy Meister, the God Captor, hentai versions of any particular game. One off the top of my head would be
Bonnie Black.
I suppose. Another one would be Flip Witch, the Forbidden Sex Hex, or any other ones that are notorious. The problem is, when you are going to those games, not because you actually like them, but because you like the meme of them, you are not really playing the game. You're not actually engaged with the plot. You're not engaged with any of it all. It's actually the most annoying part of seeing people talk about Xenogears or the Xeno Chronicles, and all they really come back with is, Rex got 3 bitches to have his kids. Okay? But that's the whole context of as much as I know about that game outside of the bits that I played myself. That's annoying. Because you're not actually playing the game. You're engaged with the memes of the game to be engaged with the process. And so, all you know about it is as much as you can see about the plot. So, Kingdom Hearts is a good example. Kingdom Hearts is probably as anime of a RPG as you can get. And yet, it's baby's first RPG.
Did you check next to the water tower?
I believe so. I suppose she's technically not hiding. She's just sitting here. Because girl's not here.
I thought you were going to play along. For the kids' sake?
I am playing. Congratulations. You found me.
Lame.
Is she hiding in the cupboard?
Someone's really good at hiding.
Is she hiding in the refrigerator?
Is she hiding in the oven?
Let's hope she hides in the oven.
Did you just fart in here?
I watched this whole, 2-hour-long retrospective on Xenogear.
Someone's really good at hiding.
And it was rather nice. Because I only know the characters from Namco X Capcom. Not Namco. Is it Namco X
Someone
Capcom?
just fart in here.
Yeah, Namco X Capcom with Project X Zone.
No, I'm surprised I meet somebody else that has played Project X Zone.
I played that a lot in high school. Me and my friend.
She upstairs. Yes, she's upstairs.
Anybody there?
Under the bed?
No. Project X Zone 2 was hilarious.
Oh, she's on the fucking roof.
You should not be out there. Please come inside, carefully.
Okay, how'd she kill the fucking? No, what?
Yes.
Never mind. No, never mind.
You all are the worst parents for letting this child disappear in front of you and hang out on the roof when a thunderstorm is coming.
She was on.
Yes.
Good hiding place.
And yes, I get it. SMT1 is just old school anime art, but it's more particularly shiny.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not talking about the art when I say that.
Characters are animated.
Yeah, anime as fuck. I'm more talking about how the characters act in Apocalypse.
Yes. Let me catch up to the chat room as we're having this, because I have not been able to have my full thought, because I was very focused on that. Just because it doesn't look how you think anime looks doesn't mean that SMT is influenced by anime. That's not what I'm talking about. People don't watch concepts or ideas for the ability of accepting the idea for what it is. They go into it with the perception of what they think it should be or what they want out of it, and then when it doesn't meet their expectations, or when the thing that they want is inundated with something that they believe shouldn't be a part of it, they then quote say this is good, this is bad, instead of accepting it for what it is and then finding the things that hit the notes. For example, my original yes, very much. So, my original criticism of Noralities. Nora is a lesbian that wants to have peak lesbian content. So instead of going and finding peak josei lesbian works, either Western or Eastern, what does she do? She runs to fucking Kobayashi's Dragon Mage and says, I just want to have my soft uwu female lesbian relation, and here you have this woman with giant tits!
It still is a lesbian relationship, you ass. I hate it. Drives me up the wall.
And then
doesn't she still draw our Yaoi of My Hero characters?
Yes. And then she bitches about Rem, and then she bitches about Rabrava, but she tries to justify Rabrava, and then she has the stupid, this anime character's body proportions are off because her body is the size of baby's head. She's not tall enough. She was only 3 baby's heads! She was only 3 baby heads tall, you sick fuck!
Rabrava's just short, you idiot!
Basically, women are not women if they are diminutive. A woman is a woman who is a full-body figure that has H-cup breasts or bigger. Anything smaller than that, and it's a fucking kid.
Man, that's really ableist of you, progressive person.
There's no problem here, Joshua. I'm explaining my point.
hate that.
Yeah, there's no problem here, Joshua. I'm just explaining my point.
One of my favorite fucking anti-isekai. Fuck, I can speak. One of my favorite anti-isekai manga where the main character just comes back at the end of his adventure and that starts the story. His mom looks like a 7-year-old, but she cooks food using sulfuric acid.
That's cool. I need to finish my thought.
And it's one of the funny. And it's sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so yeah, so there are examples like that, and then of course people could say, "But Carl, aren't you saying the same thing that you don't like the way that anime characters are being portrayed?" The problem I have with it is that they're following trends. This didn't used to be how characters were expressed inside of JRPGs, realistically at all. Even for when characters quite literally do get together as a consequence of the ending that you get. The closest that the West really had at the time, because remember, the era that I'm basically criticizing are games that came out on PS2, right? What's another JRPG that came out on the PS2 that had multiple endings that you could be involved in?
SMT3 Nocturne.
Well, we already mentioned that one, but we're on SMT3 saying that these niggas don't get it. Another one.
Shadow Hearts Covenant?
Shadow Hearts Covenant, Magna Carta, Dark Cloud 2, which is to say Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicle, the entirety of Dot Hack Sign, and
Drakengard?
I wouldn't use Drakengard for this. Persona 3 would have been there, but the more common one that I'm going to pull for here, I remember its name correctly. I just had it. I had it and I lost it because you interrupted me. Oh, Dragon Quest VIII, Journey of the Cursed King. That entire character arc with Charmless, or Charmlay, which is where the French insults started against me. But the entire plot line between the dragon hero and Charmelay and the horse princess, Medea? Was her name Medea?
Medea, like the Greek god, like the first wife of Zeus, Medea.
I mean, I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but it's the girl that gets cursed into the horse, and she's the daughter of the king who becomes the troll that's with you in your party when you first pick up Yangus and build your party out from there. The timelines...
It's Medea. It's Medea.
Okay. Between the plot line between her and the dragon warrior, and how Charmelus gets exposed for being a coward, and he becomes her true lawfully wedded husband, and the golden ending of the story, which then allows you to go through the multiple times that you can go to the guy to get upgrades to your meta crafting, to the pot, to pieces and equipment that then gets you the ability to get the ultimate equipment of the game. All of that with the Draganovian Trials. The most waifuification and the most animeification you had in the story wasn't people basically forcing their love triangles and decadahedrons on the characters the way that Tumblrites have done with things like Dungeon and Delicious. The fucking fact that the fucking the mangaka, has a love triangle chart to show that no, the characters are not all trying to fuck this one character, Marcille. It's that some characters are just friends with her, and they look at her like a friend, or a sibling, or a sister. Not every single character has the hots for every other single character. This correlating...
Tumblr begs to differ.
Yes. This correlation alongside the worst that it's been, because, of course, the hypocrisy of the journalists demonstrate it to be so, where people use the same personality traits to force it onto the many characters. Granted, some characters you can have a love interest with because, of course, you can, but some, they impose their viewpoints on it because, of course, they do. The way that people feel with, say, Isabel and Dame Lynn, for example, the direct, targeted, this is for the gays, despite the fact that even if it is for the gays, that's your kink. The reason there's a lot of lesbians that want Dame Lynn is because a lot of lesbians are fucking bottoms. And the entire relationship is, your gothic dad who is working for the necromancer of the dead, of course we can be lesbians with each other. And then we're gonna fuck hard and loud upstairs where everybody can see your giant big futocock splitting me in half. Oh my god, it's so great. This is a wonderful way to perceive things. That waifuification is really fucking annoying because it ignores the most primal thing that is important, which is demonstrated between SMT. Connections, relationships, rapport. In SMT, in any timeline you choose an action, you could literally be killing another character. To the point where your actions is, nigga, I don't care. I want to go fight God. I am the reincarnation of the devil. And my cousin, who happens to be possessed by the first murderer, Abel, we're gonna punch God in the face. Because of course you do.
No, your cousin's the reincarnation of Cain.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You are the reincarnation.
I know what game I'm talking about. I'm talking about Devil Survivor. I was speaking from the position of Noota.
Mm-hmm.
But my cousin is the reincarnation, and see, I want to see God die, so I'm gonna put this nigga on the throne of battle. We coming for you. It's it. Me and my Telltale are gonna fucking Mabufadine you from a distance. You can't do nothing about it. What do you have to say to that, cousin? 15 casts of Almighty, but well, goddamn it, you're fucked. You're fucked, bro. You're fucked.
Somebody's getting fucked. Get fucked. Somebody's getting fucked.
The natural reaction of every single protagonist to go down the path of strength until they can get full magic, and then it's just 15 casts of haste, followed by 15 casts of the strongest multi-target Almighty, is just a meme at this point. But because of course, why would it not be? It's the strongest fucking spell type in the game. But I digress. Digital Devil Saga also came to mind, but I have not played. I haven't played Devil Saga 1 or 2 to completion. So
you have to play one before you play 2.
Either way, another case example of this would be the GameCube series of Baten Kaitos, which the most I remember about Gabat and Kaitos was this is the player character protagonist that I believe was set up to be a protagonist who eventually becomes a villain in the second game. Because the most I can remember about that concept was the delayed gratification of taking pictures of monsters to then sell those photos for more money. But, same thing. There's a mechanic from the first game.
I'm always just using those for not sexual purposes.
I don't think the monsters that are inside of Bite and Kaitos are that kind of thing. I
Isn't
remember
that-
taking a picture of a jelly, and you let the picture develop over time, and the longer you let it develop, the more money it goes for.
Isn't that what happens in Drakengard 1 and 2?
I don't remember. Point is, you're supposed to have choices and consequences of your choices for making decisions. So, if you try to fist the robot girl and try to have a relationship with Algis, you are cutting yourself out of any other connection you could have had with any of the other characters, even if they were to allow you to have gay outcomes. And yet, the most common thing that people commonly try to go for is the invocation of pushing for gay interpretations of main characters or side characters from Persona 4, or even from Persona 5. I think, in this case, it's more Persona 4 because of the concept of the shadow characters, but the inability to get a grip on themselves and keep in perspective that not everything has to be, ooh woo, my favorite special little boy or special little girl, I'll protect you, is really fucking annoying. Because
or hard-ass sex between characters.
Hard sex, no protection. Breeding hags, put babies in hags. Level of Kawakami milking is egregious. Because the entire thing that holds any party together is supposed to be the rapport amongst them. If a character falls out of rapport with a party, I should expect in a JRPG, if it is possible to, especially with the kind of games that they have now with the Eiyuden Chronicles, where we're throwing back to fucking Silokiden of all things, where a character can fall out of relationship with your members, I would expect them to leave my party and potentially become a rival in the future, especially if the games like Eiyuden Chronicles have over 180 potential characters that you could become members of. Or the choices that could be made in the Mana series, especially that of Trials of Mana, where your choice about the characters you choose to be your party members for your file, as well as the character you chose to be your player character, controls the actual path and the choices you get to make in the game. Sometimes it's like not necessarily a literal choice, but the illusion of choice. Like for Trials of Mana, being able to go to the Jungle of Mystery versus going to the Dark Ruins, it's the difference between 3 to 4 characters that have a shared path versus 4 characters that do not have a shared path. Because everybody has their own motivations. Trials of Mana is the one that is the most common for this. Because, for those of us, Soitin Densetsu 3, which is what Trials of Mana is, all has 9 total characters. And you can only have 3 party members. So, depending on which characters go where and what their involvement says, maybe you chose Kevin. And you're just like, no, I'm finna run the thing for my dog pup. I'm still mad about that shit. How dare you kill my fucking pet, you fucking clown? To this day! To this day! Versus the swordsman character, whose name I can't remember. The one who looks like he's wearing a lion manes on his head because his head is full of red hair. And it's like, no, I'm gonna kill everybody in this castle. But I'm gonna leave your best friend alive so that he can tell you about how weak you were as a swordsman. Or the small child mage character from Wendell, who talks like this every single time she has his questions because she's supposed to be small and cute, even though she can talk to magic and basically cast the power of the fire of the song at you. Every single time. I'm forgetting her name, but it's the gremlin character.
Guys, I'm going to talk to y'all later. I have to go take care of something.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Yep. See you, man.
But these concepts are what causes me to be so annoyed watching these plots because, like Joshua just called it, it's actual choice versus wish fulfillment. A lot of the time, wish fulfillment is fine. You can have escapism in the games, but it's supposed to be balanced with a sense of realism. So, for example, if you choose to kill Karlak in service of trying to serve, not letting him become infested with horns because he gets fucked over by, I'm forgetting her name, the warlock's patron, I'm forgetting her name. if you don't allow Will to get fucked over, Masora, if you don't let Will get fucked over by Masora by choosing to kill Karlach, you at most get a fancy robe for him. If you do not fuck over Karlach without using any CRPG scheming, so without breaking the game, without trying to use any methods that allow you to go around, which also includes what was originally the actual method you had to get Minthara for, by basically knocking her out, killing everybody so she's not there in the campaign to get killed, and then you see her in Chapter 2, where you can recruit her at Moonrise Towers as one of your evil companions, or at least, like, chaotic neutral companions, or lawful evil companions.
I think she's more lawful evil.
Yes. She is a paladin, of course. Although Dark Elf Mesobrazian Paladin doesn't quite make sense to me, but she's Oath of Vengeance, so I guess that matters. Of the 4 types of oath you can have in the game, because Oathbreaker shouldn't be a class in of itself, because you have to actively break your oath and keep your oath broken in order for that to matter. Another case example of how immersion should work for that game, because you actually get to have a choice in doing that. But the amount of ways that Act 1 through 3 is designed, not really. It's more like the most bare bones way that one could go about making Fallout decisions. You have the evil decision, you have the neutral decision, and then you have the good decision. Sometimes the evil decision will give you better +1 stat bonuses that you could have gotten throughout the entire time of Act 1, since everything is a setup for the final fight. So, for example, the altar, where you deal with the Kuratora, that let you kill Buwal, which is really just a red cap that's using illusion magic to disguise himself. You kill that red cap, and then you become the new god. That gets you very strong people that you can summon at the ending fight leading up to the defeat of the Absolute, which is good. That's an reward for you making choices with your gameplay, because sometimes, for example, if you, were to sacrifice one of your party members in that same encounter, you can get a +1 to your base stats, but you permanently lose that follower/origin character in that playthrough, which, of course you would. Sometimes the evil choice should have a cost. You shouldn't get to keep your entire party and not suffer that. But it's the same thing with any decision that you choose to make on an evil playthrough, especially if you happen to be playing as the Dirge. This much I do know, even though I have not played in my Dirge run yet. I know that Jaheira and Minsk will betray you if you choose to accept Baal's offer and become his new slayer after you defeat Orin. I know for a fact that happens, and it should. Jaheira and Minsk fought against fucking, I'm forgetting his name, Evil Grandpa. You know who I'm talking about. Because the sheer fact that Orin is the child of him raping his own daughter, her mother, should piss her off, but it doesn't. She instead thinks that you're lying to her, considering that the Dirge is the one who's responsible for the entire plot of Baldur's Gate 3. He is the one who thought of the ability to steal the Crown of Karsus. He is the one that brought the Chosen of the Dead Three together. He is the one who set everything up, potentially to rend himself from control from Baal. If he lets himself go back under, of course, he doesn't get to have the freedom that he wanted. But even in a good ending, where the Dirge chooses to resent his Baal-spawn origins, and basically be on the side of Jurgle, and not do evil shit, this is what real choice is supposed to be. The same way that in SMT, you have a choice to be neutral, you have a choice to be a slave of God, and you have a choice to go your own fucking way.
Which going your own fucking way is always the right decision. Neutral. Always good decision.
So no matter if you choose between law, neutrality, or chaos, you still have your choices, and your choices should matter. Whereas the Persona line feels more like telling a narrative story, and rarely do you get to have the choice of who you get to bring to that final solution. Which, since the answer is entirely separate from the journey, for SMT3, that is the bare bones example, and should be the skeleton from which those choices are made and derived. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Shoutouts to Blue Dragon, and other games like it that chose to go a different path. But no matter the JRPG experience, whether it be something like Sonata, or Enchanted Journey, or fucking The Last Remnant, which is only replayable when you play the PC version because the Xbox version does not actually let you play New Game Plus, you still get to make choices. And the choices are supposed to be what matters, because I'm not playing a game if I don't get to make real choices. if you give me the illusion of choice, I don't really have a reason to care about the long-standing point of your narrative, because your narrative does not have enough things to entice me to play it again. It's like one different type of autism simulator compared to any other thing. And the reason why this is important is that if you don't have choice in games like Dustborn, am I really experiencing it is the problem. And this, of course, is made even more hollow if your characters are hollow as well. Because what's supposed to get me to replay this game to see all the different story paths I could have gone? Nothing. There's no reason to want to, because the characters are bad people, for one. Two, if I don't have the ability, once I finish this game, to choose chapters, to then go experience the different choices that I could have had, that's a lot of time I'm expected to take going down those different paths. And if it still leads to the same choices, okay, I got to pick blue instead of red. Does that actually matter? Do I get to fight a single boss? Do I get to fight a secret boss for doing so? No. Damn, that's a waste of 300 of my hours. Another way to look at it is basically, if I gave you upwards of 300 hours, hard cap 300 hours, to play a JRPG, and your choice was between Dustborn or any other game that you could choose, or any other game versus any other game, and Dustborn was amongst the pile, I personally would probably pick any of the recent 15 installments of Star Ocean versus any other installment of any other JRPG I've played, live service or single player, or true single player or not, whether the servers are forced online always or not, and a version of a version of Phantasy Star that has not been fucked with by the politics of the Western Baishwa that took over what New Genesis currently is. So basically going back to the Japanese server of Phantasy Star Online 2. Then Dustborn. And the reason why is that even in an always online service system or server story, there is more involvement and there is more decision and there is more heart and choice and enjoyment to be found, and more importantly, more immersion and escapism than anything else. Because I get to experience an actually properly well-written and made story. And whatever I take away from it, even if I disagree with how they've chosen to portray the characters, it is better than nothing. Because mostly Dustborn's not giving you anything. And the biggest problem with this is that the trends of the industry are actually what controls how the stories are made. Persona became what it became because people were not interested in actually learning how to figure out how to play SMT. Now, that's not to say SMT is hard. It's a fucking turn-based JRPG just like any other one. But the sheer ability to control what demons you could find, recruiting those demons as fragments, and then combining them together, no matter what the system was, to achieve the results that you needed, it does indeed require a chart. That should not really be like that, but it's still there. And you can still figure out how to do it because it's based on a system where you have to be at the correct level. But that's not necessarily what most people want. Instead, they want a system that's closer to Persona 5, has the backbone of Persona 5, but has the control schema of 5, but still plays like the original games, which is why Persona 3 got released the way that it did. And they want it to be closer to something like that of Tokyo Mirage Sessions, or as we call it, SMT 4.5 with a little bit of Fire Emblem because question mark. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
That game is much more straightforward. Your ability to unlock things is based on the enemies and the drops that they give in that particular chapter. You can only be as strong as you can be in Chapter 1 based on the weapons you have. It doesn't matter if you power level to level 99. You will not have stronger abilities past that. And, because the game requires you to be very much a safe scummer, if you were to have the extra zone, for example, which exists also in the HD edition of SMT3, but it doesn't exist as baby mode, you can still get that ass whooped if you're not careful. Even in the extra zones, for farming for money, or farming for the experience books, or farming for the extra equipment that you could get in Tokyo Mirage Sessions, the story is a story. They want to experience the narrative. They want to be able to see the story, not really get to understand the characters on a deep level in their side quests. And even if you did, it doesn't change the problem. The kind of choices, so let's use Western RPG design. Let's use the Fallout series. The kind of, well, in this case, I can't include Interplay and compare it to Bethesda because those are two different things. But I'll include the entire whole of it, with the exception of 76, because I haven't seen anything inside of 76. The entire spans of what you can truly get to experience, compared between a Western RPG and an Eastern JRPG, is that in a JRPG, the choices that you make with your characters, even if it is based on a narrative, still has choices. Western JRPGs aren't necessarily the illusion of choice, but is instead an open blank world that even if you were to involve yourself in it, you could kill everything in it. And that's considered playing the game. Because the core decisions that you can make, you can never be locked out of. In the JRPG, you could actually end up arriving at a point where there is no fail state, with the exception of like the base ending. And you will have to try again to understand it. But people are not engaged with that. They're not engaged with the characters. They're not engaged in the world. They're not engaged in the world building. They're not engaged in any of that shit. In most people's cases, they're going there for the content. And the content is superficial. So, for most people, they superficially want to fuck the characters. Ooh, soft girl shit. In the Western JRPG, it's ooh, soft girl shit, and also fetishes. In the JRPG shit, maybe older ones don't have this, but the newer ones, they all pivot towards acting like Westerns. And that's because of the Western imperialism amongst the Eastern development cycle. And all of the newer Eastern games that are coming out aren't necessarily coming out from Japan, because Japan's been infected by it. It's not that they don't understand it. They do understand the problem with Baishua, but of course Baishua is a Chinese concept. So Americans are looking towards the Chinese market and the Korean market, which is still infected with the same bullshit, and saying, oh no, they were going to save video games. No, the fuck they won't. They're still beholden to the same problem too, because their developers might be based, but their publishers are not. And then you're working with companies like Sony, the biggest censorers in perpetuity. You end up in a place where basically anything that has a dating sim aspect, to the sense that you're getting to know your characters and getting to build rapport with them, instead of having the kind of involvement you do with your characters, like that from an SMT franchise that is good, which is to say any of the mainline, because the mainline has always functioned like this, to the story of SMT Imagine, which no one will get to experience again, because not only does Atlas want that game dead and buried in the ground, but because of the actions of that one guy, we can't even run Reimagine. And goddammit, I spent a good 9 years of my life working on Reimagine. That's annoying. Your involvement with the characters should not be which character you want to bang the hardest into the ground and give 11 babies. Or give you 11 babies. It's superficial. And they don't truly connect to the narrative or the world. Which I suppose would be where someone could say in response to that the same thing that Joshua had said earlier. Which is them wanting to put their perspective and their opinion into the mix. But it's different. My perspective isn't putting my narrative into the mix or controlling my proclivities to override someone else's proclivities. It's more like I came here to watch the movie, the same as anybody in the audience. But there's this one person in the back that only cares about the narrative to the point that they want to see the characters bang. And I would rather, even though I have my own desire of what I want them to see, I would like that they stop thinking that the characters need to bang, and that's the only way to make those characters meaningful. Because that's not real. That's not realistic. The movie is what the movie is. The game is what the game is. Why can't you just enjoy the game? Of course, the answer those people get and they give to that is, well, let me play my way. It's my game. I play how I want. It's a single-player game. Blah, 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 blah. But realistically, these games are not games as much as they are movies. They're movies with their own narratives. And the way that we arrive at the it doesn't matter, I can do what I want, is why there are people that are called posers for not really experiencing the video games. They're not really experiencing the narrative. Their viewpoint about the narrative and how they feel about it begins and ends at their own perspective. And they have no perspective outside of that and are not willing to adapt that perspective in any way in the future. And that's what pisses me off, and that's what I'm annoyed about.
Another perception of art is subjective. And a lot of people use that as like a crutch to, bypass these sorts of things. However, it shouldn't just be your interpretation being the only interpretation that matters.
Yes. Because this is where we have all the problems. The whole, I do what I want, I do it my way. But you're not... The game still exists. No matter what choices you made in that situation, player character still does this. This is still how the character feels. But that's not what it's like in my interpretation. Your interpretation is wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong. There's not enough evidence for your interpretation. But art's subjective, though. Yes, it is. But you gotta have some backing for your interpretation. You gotta have some evidence to back up your interpretation here.
So,
especially when it comes to narratives.
Exactly. So, when we give our opinion about how we feel watching these characters act the way that they do, I am disgusted by the actions of Pax and how she forces herself onto her party because she is overriding their will and desire with what she wants them to do, but what they want to do is not in line with what she thinks they should do, based on how the baseline of the character should be. But do we really know the baseline of Pax's behavior and emotions? Not really. Not really at all, if you want to be honest.
Because she keeps herself closed off all the time.
And even when she does show emotions, her emotions are superficial. They're not really showing emotion. They're showing what the author believes their emotion should be. They don't feel like a living person. They don't feel like a living character. They feel like an author tract. They feel like the insert of the author's opinions about the world. And that's not interesting. That's annoying as fuck. And most people...
boring.
Yes, and most people have that perspective about every character all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And when every single game is following the leader on the trends, and the trend is, we're not going to have real characters, we're going to have facsimiles of characters that are a mouthpiece for what I think about this particular group, and this group is cringed because I think they're cringe. I don't want to play that! I don't want to do it at all!
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes diatribe discussions about Dustborn interesting. Because if this is what you think about the world, I can kind of pretty much figure out exactly where your mindset begins and ends. But that doesn't mean that it has to be boring. It doesn't mean that that's the only thing that has to be discussed. Because the way that you see the problem isn't the way that I'm going to see the problem. The way that I'm going to analyze the situation and how it breaks down is not the way that other people are going to analyze the situation and break it down. Which is to its positive, because this at least means that I don't have to agree with you. But then at the same time, if all of the people that report about the game say this is the best it's ever been, this is exactly what you wanted, why do you care so much about why a person cares about this character having mulatto skin, or having vitiligo, or having disabilities? Why do you care so much, bro? The reason I care so much is that if you can't bring yourself to care about the narrative, why should I care about the narrative? Why would I care about superficial choices that don't matter to the outcome of the story, as though this makes up for the story? For example, the way that they cared about the options and choices for adding character design to Dragonvale is the same shit with Baldur's Gate 3. But one of the updates that was added to the game in update, I believe it was update 5 or update 3, was the Magic Mirror. The Magic Mirror allows you to change your character's traits entirely, assuming that you're not going to use that one ring of shapeshifting that you get from the Bull character that allows you to not only add them to the summons for the final fight, but also gives you the plus to checks should you be shapeshifted. Some characters, as a free base action, can shapeshift themselves and then appear as any race they want to, male or female. Does it matter what your character looks like if the character actions change them for the better or worse? So, for example, in Chapter 1, the choice to go to Auntie Ethel and allow her to hag bewitch your eye, or the same choice along in Chapter 1 for you to go to Volo to pop out your eye to try and get out your worm. Both of them come with a +1 or a special ability. In Volo's case, if you let Volo take your eye, and he tries to do a surgery, you lose your natural eye, but you get an ersatz eye, which now allows you to see invisible targets. Whereas with Ethel, you get a +1 permanently to your stat line. The invisibility works a lot better because you're able to see targets that would otherwise sneak up on you in perpetuity. And that's an actual choice. That is a gameplay choice that allows me to permanently be immune to being snuck up upon. Because there's nothing worse than a sorcerer who's spell slinging, not being able to control the battlefield, and actually do what control characters are designed to do. Or the same effect to a martial character, or whatever have you. Some people would say that's a superficial choice, but it's not. It's an actual choice. Because realistically, in CRPGs, you're going to be min-maxing to begin with anyways. And that's definitely what the game kind of wants you to do, especially if you're talking about an honor mode, where you only get one save file, you only get one shot, so every opportunity that is provided to you in the normal game, you now have to face legendary bosses that are going to have advantages to you that you should exploit no matter what. So, for example, in the fight for the House of Hope, when you unlock and you save Hope, and then you have to face all of the other Cambrians alongside, I'm forgetting his name. I'm forgetting the Cambrian's name, the devil that follows you around in the story, whose soft lock is that he has the Orph Camera, and if you don't take his deal, at the final chance you get turned, you face the special save state end that forces you to have to take his deal and give him the Crown of Karthus. I'm forgetting his name. Chat will remember, I suppose.
I hadn't had a chance to even touch the yet. I don't know.
I'm forgetting his name. It'll either come to me or I'll Google it. But you have the ability that if you choose not to take his deals, as he prepares you to take the deals throughout the story, that when you get to that final lockout point, the only way for you to be able to free the Prince of the Comet, this is not so much a spoiler as it is like a forced spoiler. When dealing with the person who's hiding behind the appearance of your Dream Guardian, that is a spoiler. So, apologies for those who haven't played the game and didn't want to be spoiled. When you get to this particular point in the story, one of the first soft locks is that if you betray the Emperor, he will actively go join the Absolute. Because he's not a good person. His first action was to trick you to design a player character that would be your Dream Guardian. And even though he is responsible for why you're protected, since you're carrying alongside the prism, which is the portal between the prison that Orpheus is being held inside of, alongside his Dream Guard, fighting against him to try and keep him in control, regardless of the opinions of the Githyanki culture and how they feel about Illithids, you would not be alive if it were not for him. Which is why the story works the way it works. You could choose to sacrifice Orpheus, which means Orpheus dies, and ultimately, she being Lae'zel becomes hostile to you, and you permanently lose her as a follower, and you have to fight her over this choice. Or you don't sacrifice him, and he turns against you. And of course, all those choices leads to the different outcomes that result in the different endings you get. If you choose to go along with every character's mainline story and give them the outcome that allows them to take the best solution that they want, you have the choice and the ability to rule in certain ways. So a good example is, say, the newer endings that were added in the latest update. You can have an evil Astarion just fuck people over and become the immortal vampire that he wants to be, replacing Cazador as the new abusive vampire lord in Baldur's Gate. Or you could allow him to ascend, and he still is evil because the evil part of the Astarion storyline is that he wants to be free. But in seeking his freedom, that's not what he really needs. He needs companions that treat him well and treat him nicely. The same way that for Lae'zel, she is dutifully faithful to the belief that she's fighting for what's right, and her, quote, followed through ending, should you believe the Lich Queen, is that you will end up getting her sacrificed and eaten, soul and all. Or she could become the new inheritor of the will of Orpheus, who has to become Illithid, because in order for him to help you, you have to be willing to support him in that way, unless somebody else is willing to become an Illithid, whether it be yourself or Lae'zel, no matter what outcome you pick. You can choose all these things, and that's your investment. You got to choose how you went about these choices, and you get to see the different outcomes. And there is your replayability. Now, you could, of course, make save states and checkpoints and shit, and you can hop around to see those stories, or you could simply Google them online. But the point still exists that they spent time designing those choices. They considered that your opinion isn't the correct opinion all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, this is what pisses me off whenever there's a game that tries to feature itself using the illusion of choice to remove the opportunities. Because sometimes the answer is that there is no answer. Sometimes I'm not supposed to pick an answer. They don't believe in that.
Sometimes the curtains are blue.
Yeah, sometimes the curtains are blue. And I guess that's not very immersive for some people in this marketplace. But their opinions are wrong, and they should shut the hell up because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
And trying to create depth through their opinions and through their interpretations, all they do is just make that far more shallow than it actually is.
I dislike it heavily because it is the death of writing and the death of art. Because the same thing that is happening with the kind of pandering in Hollywood is the same thing that happens in the video games. Because they keep trying to make video games into Hollywood, which is why it keeps happening. You don't need to make them like that. You just need to do what you need to do, which is write a compelling narrative. The narratives are not compelling. And they're not going to become more compelling because I got to have lesbian sex with the hot, tall woman. Unless I get to experience something new with that outcome. Because the only reason, for example, going back to my example of Isabel and Dame Aylin, the only reason that Aylin is there is because they had people inside of Larian who wrote the game like a B-movie. And it does work as a B-movie. But there are people that think, oh, that's how we should write Dungeons and Dragons from now on in 5th edition and 6th edition.
No!
But that's what they're doing!
That's the problem! They always seem to see this thing be popular and then just automatically think, oh, that's just how it should be now. No! Just because it works for this one thing doesn't mean that it works for the entire fucking thing.
And that's the issue. Because realistically, because it became popular, that's how people believe it should be. It's the same thing that happened before with people becoming fans of Critical Role. Oh, because this is how people like seeing Dungeons and Dragons, I should do this in my campaign too. No, you shouldn't, because they're voice actors, and half the popularity is that you didn't think that voice actors play nerdy video game shit. But they do, and these guys happen to be professionals for it. But that doesn't mean you're a professional for it, so keep that shit where it's supposed to be, which is watching them play the game. It's very common whenever you see these clips over TikTok of like Dimension 20 or Critical Role, or that one game that involves that one guy who apparently is voiced by that has a female DM, and one of the guys is this guy who looks like one of us, but he does this really interesting clown voice for a character named Chuckles.
Chuckles! Yes, I've seen those. Those are hilarious.
Like, you like the aesthetic of Dungeons and Dragons. You don't actually like being in a campaign of Dungeons and Dragons. You like the fun that comes with doing the really dumb shit that can only happen when you've built out a fleshed out world narrative with other people that you play with that are your friends. But that doesn't mean that you are the person in that group that can pull that off. They can do that because that's how they do that. It's like looking at the attitude of Teams 4-Star about how they think that we write Dragon Ball for fans by the fans.
Fuck off.
And it's like, no, you're just pretentious asshats that want to use somebody else's material to make yourself famous.
Yeah.
This is why there's a bunch of people...
you guys used to be funny, but then you start doing that shit.
Yes. Because then it becomes a matter of what is your personality, what is your perspective. And you believe you have this perspective that you know best, and you don't. You probably have a good idea. Doesn't mean that you're wrong. But it does mean that if somebody disagrees with you, you tell them that they're ill-informed because, look, we make this show, and you're a fan of it, so you should fall in line. No, fuck you!
No, fuck that.
Because that's the same attitude with why the amount of control that Chris Sabat and the members of Funimation that were responsible for nearly killing a man probably have fallen out from not having the kind of power that they do. Because the fact that Christina Nardoli, Christina Nardoli, is possibly going to be the voice of Goku for Daima, is a response to them losing their power hold and their strangle. The reason why they even felt like they had to send the Japanese voice actor for Vegeta to that one convention they were supposed to go to was because they don't have faith in Funimation to handle the problem. Because what have they been doing with Crunchyroll and Funimation? Since they basically are part of the same company. Been trying to consolidate their power. Saying, hey, we're going to use our money to support the anime industry. And then what did you do? You combined with women in animation to try and steal, and then successfully stealing the money that you already were stealing when you chose to make the most Italian mafioso turn in all of creativity. Take the money of those people who were originally paying illegally for products they shouldn't be doing to go legitimate. Which, okay, that should have been your first turn. You should have stopped there. But then what did you do next? You stole that money that you said you were giving to the anime industry to then put it into the Western Women in Animation Group. And then, by doing that, you then tried to make Tumblrlight garbage. That didn't really understand what creativity is supposed to be. Personally, even as a person who himself had thought about making a fan adaptation, or his own abridged series, I would have chosen the Log Horizon. Of these animations, the people who are behind Something Witty Entertainment have a better grasp and a better understanding of what's supposed to matter when it comes to these love harem series, like that of Sword Art Online, compared to the writing of Dragon Ball Z. Because of course, we can write as many jokes as we want about Krillin and his giant massive hog. But you know what's also interesting? The fact that Kirito, a person who basically is a person trapped inside of a plot similar to that of Dat Hack Sign, basically, by being the anime protagonist that just happens to be the best person who can max out his stats and dual wield on top of other shit, has no reason to have to go save this person that he is an emotional fucking crutch to, because he could just be blowing nuts directly into his cousin, who he likes like a sister. He could be fucking the dog shit out of Suga, and he's not.
Wait, I thought that was his sister.
I think it is. I think the problem with their translation is that they made it feel like he's more like not truly her brother since they've been missing his shit, but I'm pretty sure that is his sister, yeah. But in any other context, in any other story that has the kind of love triangles that that story does, he could be blowing nuts in his sister, and it could be a very different anime. But instead, he is in an emotional relationship where he has a giant harem of other characters in a waiting room around him while he has his relationship with Asuna. How is that possible? Because, at the very least, the story understands that in the genre, at least of the isekai, because it's like one part isekai, one part relationships, which is comparable to School Days. We're not going to talk about School Days. They, at least, achieve the character having a personality, and the choices that he makes in the narrative all are submitted on that worldview, which of course becomes the same shit that follows with its series that is placed in the future of that world, which is, Excel World.
Which is even worse version of that, but I'm not going to get into that.
Even fucking worse. But, of course, I digress. I've talked about this for enough. Pretty sure it's close to, if not over 10. Yes, it's exactly 10:09, so let's finish this chapter. But that's my problem. That's my problem with these kinds of fucking genres of shit. They insist upon themselves. And they think that because the characters are trying to fuck each other, that makes it good. And it's not. They don't understand the writing, they don't understand the genre, and they need to stop doing them. They need to go do something else entirely.
Oh.
Pretty sure she's not a tween, champ.
Yeah, that's a toddler you're talking about.
I can't tell
Totally
any child's
agree.
age. They're all just different flavors of short people to me.
I can't tell any child's age. They're different flavors of short people to you. Yes, no. Yes, that's the exact reactions you should have. Seriously?
Seriously.
You have a beard and a beard.
That's hilarious, right?
I can tell you are not a child.
You have a
flavors of short people.
You have a beard and a beer belly, so I can tell that you're not a child soul. We did it. We found the male equivalent of she has tits, so she's not a kid. We did it. We found it, chat. How fucking relevant.
Wow, that's very apt. That's extremely apt.
Ziggy's gonna be so mad she missed
That's
this.
funny.
Do you guys hear that?
She would have just used her phasing thing to cheat.
especially if it meant messing with Pax's head.
Ziggy enjoys messing with more than Pax's head. Trust me.
And just to casually another opportunity where everybody's like, "Hey, do you guys hear that ominous sound in the background?"
Where's that going to be?
Also, did Kid just walk outside?
Yeah, she just walked out.
See, this is how it should have been in any situation that was possible, where it's like everyone's too busy talking in a situation, and it's like, girl didn't sneak away. You niggas are just ignorant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Terrible. They're just terrible at being responsible adults.
Could you imagine?
And that's supposed to be funny. This is supposed to be funny. Because adulting, am I right?
Oh no, they're so incompetent.
Fuck.
You see them too, girl?
Let me guess. Justice,
They're heading west.
purifiers.
Home.
What are we looking at?
Echoes.
The Tree of Tongues.
Oh.
Well, not all of
Oh, I thought of something completely different. My bad.
Yeah, me too. I thought it was gonna be another ambush.
Oh, kiddo, I guess you want me to do some word crafting.
I mean, can you blame me? He at least had one per chapter.
Then God said, "Let them."
Up, here we go. It's another chapter with Jacob, or another opportunity with Jacob.
Be light, and there was light.
You're quoting the Bible at me now?
Words have always had power.
But this sounds insane, Jacob. Vocals can't affect reality, only people's perception of reality.
Is there a difference? I mean, if people believe something. Look, using this thing, this
meme.
Right, perfect name. Using the meme, you could theoretically combine fragments of infectious disinformation into powerful, proto-language fueled, well, memes. And these memes, incredibly powerful and viral ideas, would augment your ability to speak them, inject them into people's minds. It's a virtuous...
Okay, Jacob, are you talking about the more technical term of memes, or are you talking about the...
Both.
Enough dormant disinformation.
It's called the MEEM, so that they can invoke meme.
The possibilities are just
You're
staggering.
pretty excited about this, aren't you?
Pax, you would... Again, this is theory, but you'd be able to rewrite reality. That's... I mean... Wow, right? It's linguistics gone nuclear.
But how would that even work?
Oh my god, I was joking about the whole rewriting reality shit. I was joking, game.
You are affected. And those vocals alter their perceived reality.
Hence the whole robot thing.
It doesn't work on machines because it's not fact, it's fiction.
Like every
No
time this nigga
imagination.
talk. Sorry,
No
my bad.
effect.
It's okay.
Trying to make a friend.
Anytime this motherfucker talks,
Your vocals were
it's just more and more reason for me to be like, destroy these powers.
amount of disinformation.
These powers shouldn't
It'd be
exist.
like
They're
turning
really
a
bad.
fire hose of memes across all media, all channels of communication, hitting everyone and everything.
Like the word of God?
God.
I feel like Jeff Goldblum right now.
He's literally giving her the, why don't you try using your powers on everyone in the world, like Professor X inside of Cerebro type shit.
Yeah.
That's a terrible idea.
It'd be global.
The effect would no longer be localized, it'd be global, universal. You could change all of reality, everyone's reality. Nothing would be immune. Jacob, you're talking like an SMT villain.
Yes, he is, isn't he? Holy shit, he's talking worse than the fucking fascists are.
Nothing would be immune.
At least they were like, oh,
Robots,
cool powers?
rabbits,
Oh,
rocks,
sweet, we can just
sunflowers,
make
buildings,
super soldiers out of us. No, he's talking about rewriting all of reality.
Name it. But this is all theoretical and
like on some Nurkami
incredibly
shit.
dangerous.
But this is all theoretical and potentially incredibly dangerous. No shit, jackass!
Yeah, no shit.
Pax, why did you have a baby with this man?
I have no idea. What do you, this man's obviously evil.
Oh, this is the dude
This
that
is
got
this is baby daddy. Yep.
Oh, okay.
The man is obviously fucking evil.
At the
And yet
very
you-
worst, or at least at the very sentimental and missing the word for soft. At the very least, and at the less aggressive and offensive, he is a misguided idealist.
Yes.
Crafting what amounts to God saying, "Let there be light," could give you the power to make the world a better place.
But I bet you that his eyes are thinking about this shit though.
Mm-hmm.
Only one way to find out, right?
Because here's a crazy idea. What if the people that she's working for is basically a sect of Puritans? And that's the reason they didn't want her to find out. Because she's working for a good sect, but still a sect of the Puritans.
Right.
That wouldn't surprise me at all, actually.
Bright white
Watch
light.
yourself while I'm recording. Don't want you getting infected again.
But he has a cute face, so of course he wouldn't do something that
It
evil.
looks like it's going to rain.
Oh. That's a problem.
And then girl actually teleported from behind me.
Da 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 da.
It's like just segment the laughter of a child somewhere in the middle of that, and that's just girl.
Bum, 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 bum.
I wonder how many memes it's gonna suck in this time. Or how many echoes. Several. We're up to 57 now. Does the total actually matter? I honestly don't know. I would think not. How many memes would you need to be able to craft the word of God saying let there be light? I guess that's the real question.
Me? I would just need a frog.
I also find it interesting that none of this was happening passively. It only decided to put up the filter of these echoes being drawn over the horizon because girl decided that it's time for the plot to move forward now. In terms of difficulty, the only thing that gets slightly more difficult... Well, that was a lot. The only thing that gets slightly more difficult is actually this fucking minigame of pulling them into the meme. Which kind of just tells me that I was correct in my prediction. They lost the idea of how to get creative about these puzzles. And they started making it so that they used it as a way to fill in the plot.
Yeah, this does seem like a catch-up mechanic. Like, oh, you weren't hunting memes before? Well, here's a whole bunch.
They are indeed controlling the meat. I too like to control my meat. The meme's memory is completely full.
If we record any more, this thing might burst into flames, kid.
Craft the
Time
word.
to test Jacob's theory. That
Also, I find it hilarious that the word of God is fucking boiled down to leftist fucking ideology bullshit. What a waste.
God is the first Antifa. Which, I don't know how the fuck you could ever try to make that statement.
Who's the fascist in this scenario? Fucking the devil? I don't think that's his bag.
Thunderbolts!
well, that felt different. I hope we're doing the right thing, kid.
I love how thunderbolts are outside when you're crafting this shit.
I don't even know where to start.
Wake up.
You hope you're doing the right thing? You
That
hope.
felt weird. Listen to me. That's not it. Hear me. I'm not doing it right. Let there be... No.
You just need control. That's an honest statement.
Give me control.
Yep, here we go. POV, you ordered your chocolate mocha latte from Starbucks and they put the right amount of sugar.
What the hell is happening? Be careful. You don't... Max!
She was definitely floating higher than that in the air.
No, please. Be okay.
She
please.
did.
Be okay.
Nope, broke her neck.
That?
Too bad.
Hovering.
I messed up.
Oh, now you care about the
I
kid?
thought I was ready, but I couldn't.
Oh, now you care.
Ready for what?
I wasn't ready.
Also, the time you were fighting fucking cruel robots, and now you care. Yeah, sure, right.
You tried to learn what Jacob called the Word of God, but I'm not ready, kid. This is too powerful for me, and I'm afraid that I might have hurt you.
Now you're afraid?
Yeah, now she's afraid. Now since the power came back against her, now she's afraid.
Black woman is terrified that when she tried to take control of the universe, she didn't receive control of the universe and fell on her ass. What did Red Thread mean by this, chat?
Especially since she's already a giant-ass control.
With the... You knew? About...
This is stupid, but may I? They're a little rattled, but there's no pain or volatile emotions, just...
She was started to say there's something wrong with the baby, and then she said you knew about, but no one didn't say anything. Also, Nomi, don't you think you should be pissed off that your ex-lover, who's been getting closer to you, has been hiding the baby from you?
Yes, I would be mad. I'd be pissed. But yes, I knew, but I thought you would tell me at some point. But
Of course, I'm no medical
that would just
professional.
make me madder.
That human inside of you is doing just fine.
Why did you capitalize human? Red Thread, what did you mean by this?
Human inside you.
Okay. Thank you.
But what about you? Are you okay?
Well, we don't want to be
Did you-
offensive to the baby. It could be a they them.
Me believe you were flying. What was that? Did you?
I
go
don't
over
think that baby's fine, but okay.
Pax.
Let's show gratitude and not make our friend be sworn to secrecy.
I'll be fine. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened.
I got you. And
Yeah, the fact that it even came across your mind pisses.
about
Like the cat's out of the bag now, so fuck it.
You can talk about this when you're ready. Don't handle it alone.
when you're ready. Don't handle it alone. The pregnancy and
I do like it when she is like mature like this, when mature like this, but then she just goes back to being bitchy,
etc.
I have to assume that half of this is because of my choices to make her be more in love with her.
Fair.
Also, where the fuck is Siggy's bitch ass?
Oh. Hello?
That's totally not terrifying at all. This is Children of the Corn. I can hear. It's like it's like Children of the Corn. I can hear them inside. They're trying to get out.
Get away from me. Get the kid away from me. Jesus.
Hey.
Stop staring at me like that. Fuck.
Up, she's doing shit.
Weird.
She's communicating with the fetus.
Of course she is. Fuck. Really? That's your reaction, Pax? I would be like, what the fuck are you doing?
But really, you should be more concerned that she's about to go tell Ophelia, and then Ophelia's gonna tell Eli, and then Eli's gonna run his fat ass mouth, and then everybody's being like, "Bitch." More importantly, is that what's about to happen?
Need salt.
What's cooking, Doc?
Pozole, or something resembling it, since we only have canned goods. It was my favorite when I was a kid, so I'm hoping girl will like it.
Canned goods is a bit of an oxymoron. You sure they haven't expired?
Canned foods never expire.
Then I hope you can cure botulism, my dear Yates, because that's what awaits us all.
Relax. Smells good, just like a Hayako. Only thing my dead
Everybody here is a migrant and all like foreign cuisine.
father could cook, the son of a horse. Son of a horse. He was really into horses, my father.
Don't you lie to this child. You people have been expletive around her the entire time.
Anything I can help with?
Just as time canned goods never expire, Soul is holding one of those ballooned up cans of fucking beets.
Don't touch your eyes.
Botulism.
Not botulism. Hot spices.
Heard, Chef.
Thanks, chef.
Someone's been watching The Bear! That's
we-
actually one of the shows I actually need to watch. I have not watched it at all. Because I don't want to be spoiled on it, but I know for a fact it's like, what, season 3, season 4?
Sure these cans are okay, Chef. This one says best before 2023.
Best before. Perfectly fine after. We work with what we have, chef. It's fine.
Yes, Chef.
Crazy. So Ziggy's still not back.
Ready. Hope everyone's hungry.
Your talents were wasted on the Puritans, Theo. You should have opened a restaurant instead.
Puritans?
Pacific and techno-cultists. Theo worked undercover as part of a nefarious plot to steal it. Never mind. It's not important. They're the bad guys.
It is important. It is literally what you're here for.
Yes.
Isn't Justice the bad guys?
They're all bad.
But not us.
We're the good guys.
Great guys.
Actually, it is kind of important.
We're all of us special boys.
Yes, we're all special boys. Also, what's with this foot on her chair? Pax, what's this?
Pax, not me. She spoke with everyone. Sorted things out.
Well,
Jesus, you're a special boys. Shut up.
Hey.
And here comes Sai.
No, I just went for a walk and then the rain and, you know.
So you did a whole R&B routine in the rain, Sai, and we didn't get to see? That's crazy.
Anyway, sorry I'm late for dinner. What are you talking about?
I just learned that one of you is a spy and that you're all criminals, but also the good guys.
What?
Purity, Sai.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's us. Stealing from the rich and...
Speaking of, are you finally going to tell us about the heist? What really happened in Purity?
Oh, we really don't have to.
Go on, Sai. The stage is yours. I always pictured it like one of those old video games with black.
You know, there were some similarities.
Here we go. Here's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course. What haven't we ripped off yet? Oh, I know! Streets of Rage!
Oh, yay.
The Raid. Oh, so that's the face of the technocrat authoritarian I was talking about.
Yeah.
That is the woman. She's basically like if you. It's basically like if you took Gnome and then did a re-edit of their entire fucking of the character asset, and they were like secret sisters.
Now it reminds me of the Doctor from Bioshock
Made
2.
it into the loop, undetected. I was starting to
Weird
think
name
this
right
would be
now.
Easy, but of course, it wasn't. we were suddenly swarmed by those.
Oh my god, we're actually doing Streets of Rage right now.
Okay, there was just one by the entrance.
Let's get on with it.
So they took the game engine and they basically rendered it in 2D. But they added 3.5 definition. So why did we not have more of this in the game, guys?
Yeah, well, it actually made things a lot more interesting. You know, they could just did like the near thing. It's like occasionally each level is like a different perspective.
I bet you can all guess who busted that fucker open.
At least it would be more visually interesting.
We just use that too.
Sure, fine, whatever. You still would have been screwed without me.
Completely screwed.
Also, did it just knock through the front door and straight out the guards? Just like nothing?
Yes, and he definitely just walked through the side perspective, and is still glitched inside the side perspective.
I just saw that.
Great fucking model! Honk honk!
Oh my god! Did you guys even test? Oh, wow. Wow.
Over $400,000! Probably closer to fucking 3/4 from 5 different governments!
Wow.
5 different governments, chat!
Wow. That's not...
That's bad.
I can't right now.
After Theo opened the door, as we were walking down the hallway,
We were ambushed by a
Who
pack of
I
men.
thought that was a good idea? That's this before even putting it out.
Brutoid. They named the dogs Brutoids.
8 years of development.
Oh, good! They have a hold to skip button. So what the fuck do you guys want me to do?
We're not Streets of Rage, we're fucking Darkest Dungeon right now.
I don't even know what the fucking controls are at this section.
Just what the fuck? I guess the green is when you control them.
Oh, here we go. Okay. So now, it is a normal type of game. So now it's a fucking action. I have to fucking highlight them and then press the E key to choose their choices. And then I have to highlight their choices. And I can choose to move them around. Yeah, basically it's Darkest Dungeon at this point.
Yep. Knew it.
I still, this is yet another minigame function set on top of the game. But why couldn't the game have been a fusion of the 3D world sections and then 2D sections?
Yeah, you could just made this the actual combat in the game. There's nothing stopping you.
Why did you have to have 3D beat 'em up? Why couldn't you have done this the entire time?
Because it's not dynamic enough. And we gotta show. And we gotta
gameplay.
Yeah, we gotta show that we love video games. We love video games, guys. We totally love video games.
Totally.
Fuck. Bunch of fucking posers. Yeah, actually, looking at this, there's a whole fucking system to this. Like, you can do different combo attacks with different stuff. There's knockdowns. It's like...
It's really annoying because the entire time that they've been capitalizing words, I was assuming that it was connected to a fucking mechanic system. Because, of course, it is. But it's like, this is very lazy for the kind of combat you've given me. where I only have one combo that I can do, and one throwing attack that I can do, and it's just waiting for a gauge to fill up, and then choosing any of these extra choices I have. I don't get to choose what people I take into the scenarios. The game tells me who's going to be a part of my core party in the situation. Whereas here, if the game had a different system, and thus I had to have different ways that I could have the party constructed, I could change whose progression I wanted to see as a part of the finale, or a part of the through line of everyone's choices. So since I had been taking, or had been involved with, the core 4 characters more, they have further progression down their chart lines, and then everybody else has to be incentivized and brought along with the focus of the story. But nah, that's not what we did. We did this shit instead. Many explosives. Let's see what they do. Tail whip. 21 damage. 22 damage. So if I get blocked, I can't move. Is that what that means? Yes, that is exactly what that means. Based.
Huh?
Basically, my character is allowed to use combo attacks to hit them. It's very, very confusing. That's a very uninspired victory screen.
And then
Another guard. Security's light in the inner loop. The Puritans never figured anyone could make it that far.
They don't look so.
She gets them riled up, I can't.
Just freeze frame. Yay, they did it.
Don't fix it.
Yeah, pretty much.
So if this is, are they going to reintroduce this effect again in any other chapter, or is this just where we're going to see it?
This is probably where it just ends.
We. That looks so weird. Oh no, the character getting focused. 8 years of development, guys.
That did not look good. What the fuck was that? Well, he just ran straight through all of them.
8 years of development.
Just feels lazy.
I think that was like the same amount of time Wukong was being developed.
Just about, I believe. How do I heal you? Can I heal myself? I can. Oof.
God, it looks so bad.
If this game were cheaper and did not have the amount of money behind it, you could say, yeah, that's what I'd expect for a game and it's done by one of these corporations. But even then, there are games that have this same perspective and this same context, and they can do this better.
Yeah, Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon was way better. It had a way better system.
I mean, the fact that that is basically Darkest Dungeon playstyle, incentivized down to its basic core, and not accounting for the fact that they updated Androdogs, the Androdogs. Even though the animations for the betweens for how enemies get attacked by your characters and their standing idle animations. If this game were in that same genre, and we had all the things that we just discussed about with that long, like, hour and 15-minute discussion about why I don't like what JRPGs do now compared to the JRPGs of yesteryear. There is a world where you can find an audience that has a cliche, niche, counterculture example, because then it's like, this is the left's version of Darkest Dungeon. But it's like, okay, so you have Darkest Dungeon with gayness and emotions, but I could just play Darkest Dungeon. The fuck?
Oh boy, Darkest Dungeon, but worse.
Darkest Dungeon for the non-chuds.
Why do you guys always seem to want to play worse versions of games?
It's time to shine.
Because it caters to your fucking ideology, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was
But then again, they don't even do that. They don't buy this shit.
And that's when we finally reach.
And then when they fucking talk like this, it's so not great.
To insert the data key when those guards showed up.
Yeah, and that fucking overseer, how are you leaving out the biggest threat? She oversaw that whole damn fight.
Oversaw? What the fuck kind of dialogue is that? More importantly, what the fuck is that accent?
It's just a hologram side.
You're telling me you really believe the Puritans haven't found a way to weaponize holograms yet? She was...
I mean, that's actually a good rebuttal. How have the Puritans, with all their technocratic superiority, how have they not found a way to weaponize hard-like constructs?
Yeah. I have no idea. Like, these guys seem to have very, very much like technological superiority, and yet they're still being beaten by one with bat.
Mm-hmm. And this,
the evil hands the character's doing. So if you haven't realized they're evil.
This is why I dislike modern interpretations of what are supposed to be evil empires, because they're always. No, I think we talked about this before. It's like it's always incompetent, but also we have to believe that they rule the world. It's like how you can't hold those two things together.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you expect me to believe that she oversaw you guys stealing the whole thing? You expect me to believe that she didn't just decide to bring down the entire force of everyone onto you right now? Remember when that happens in Half-Life 2?
Yeah.
When you teleport into fucking dude's office, and the first response is everyone. Sentence everyone. Go after this motherfucker.
Yay, they finally missed. That guy's holding on with a sliver of life.
And then the next couple chapters is Gordon just running for his fucking life.
I'm not just sitting here passively silent with just playing the scenario out, by the way, chat. I'm not saying anything because there's really nothing straightforward to say about this.
I'm trying to find something, but nothing.
It's as bare bones can get.
Yep. Like I said, I'm just still kind of just shocked at how stupid our villains are.
More concerned about the fucking robots than you are about everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she put her thumbs down. She's so upset. Here he is, Mr. Adjunct and his acolytes.
So juvenile.
So this right here is the guy we were talking about. You see how they look literally like they belong to the fucking law faction of SMT?
Yeah.
And yet the guy is as smooth as a baby's bottom. But they're totally fucking, guys. Guys, they're totally fucking. Let's see here. Block.
Also, I noticed that she has that blackjack thing going on with her face.
Let's to remove the front. Side. It's only if the targets are blocked. Stone skin. Oh, it's just gonna be an icon? She's not actually gonna get stone skin? Okay. What a waste of the narrative.
Gee, you could at least have her glow.
Not blue shield icon, that's all you get.
Lame. Kicked her in the hamstring. Really? That's your big attack? Kicking her in the hamstring?
Apparently. Can't kick her in the stomach. That would be hateful.
I mean, it's not like they're the bad guys or anything. Now, for what is supposed to be the inciting incident that started this entire thing, the stakes in this fucking thing is fucking stupid.
Yes.
Because it shouldn't be us battling against the Junkicator and a bunch of robots. It should be us running for our fucking lives as the entirety of purity is coming down on us. That's what should be happening.
But they're so technically capable that they didn't think that somebody would get this far.
It's really fucking dumb. It's really fucking stupid.
And the way that she reacts every single time somebody gets hit, that's so bullfuck.
Like, we should be barely getting out of this situation. Like, skin of our teeth. Also, we beat this motherfucker twice already. So...
Yes, why are we scared of him?
Yeah, why are we scared of him? Why are we scared of Junkicator if we beat him once before, and then once before in the mall? It's like, why are you guys scared of this guy? You already beat him. It's over.
Because that time we got the jump on him. That was an animation.
I guess it was. Wolverine stabbing them, and they're just fine.
Hang on with a sliver of life. And he misses again. Gameplay versus cutscene relevancy, but seriously, how the fuck is this a goddamn threat?
Yes.
I just knocked your lover down, and the best you can do is a grrr and a thumbs
The
down.
adjunct had me worried for a second, but
This is so unserious. This is supposed to be a serious battle, in which this is supposed to be like the inciting incident, and it's treated so unseriously.
yeah, well, we got the data in the end, didn't we?
Also got shot.
Are you kidding me?
Also, I guess that's the caveat. Because last time, you remember how they said Pax got shot, and then Sai got shot? From our perspective, Sai only got shot. So this is where Pax got shot in the shoulder. Did you know you were pregnant before you went on this heist?
I think she did.
You're a horrible mother.
Mm.
Why does the music have to be so soul-draining? Because they didn't have any other personality to put into the music. Porcelain chips. Not like they could have paid for a good fucking composer. Oh wait, they could have. And yes, they are saying they fought this guy before. This was basically the heist that they went on that got them the data key. I'm wondering this now, does Theo even use that gun in regular combat? No, because Theo's never in regular combat.
Guns in combat? That's pretty fascist.
What's worse, the music or the lack of animation? We are comparing this to Darkest Dungeon. So their standing idle animations and their combat animations are not that different. But for sake and consideration of comparison, I will actually show you what Darkest Dungeon combat looks like between the animations of the first game and the second game. Darkest Dungeon no commentary. So here's Darkest Dungeon 1 and Darkest Dungeon 2. This is the wagon scene. The player who's playing the game skipped the wagon scene. Okay, so this is the tutorial. And the combat is different and the animations are different per which character you're using and what's not, but the tutorial fights are always the same, using Renault the Crusader, the man who cannot stop stealing shit, and Dismas, the man who is terrified to do anything in the light.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
That right there is the general concept of what that looks like through Darkest Dungeon, because Darkest Dungeon is 3 game loops on top of each other. It's a city builder and a city planner. It is a dungeon crawler, and then it is a micromanaging sim. Because you have to micromanage the simulation effect of the game world, your choices that you make inside the dungeon, and what you bring back from the dungeon, to then fuel the systems inside the city, to then make the city better over time, inside of your campaign file, which is a save file, versus the way that Darkest Dungeon 2 works, which is instead a meta progression system, because the biggest problem people had with Darkest Dungeon 1 is that you could be working on your quote perfect save game file, but if you get fucked over by your rolls, you can lose your perfect team. And in most people's gameplay, most people, once they understood the system, upped their difficulty to experience, quote, the most content, which meant playing with the hardest version of the game, which is Stygian. Originally, it was called Stygian, and then called Blood Moon, and then called Blood Moon Plus, as they released more and more DLCs. Effectively, Stygian was the hardest difficulty, and you needed to beat the game within 2 years of time. If you didn't, 2 years of time meaning 2 years of in-game time. A full year is 58 days, so you had to defeat it within 2 cycles of 58 days. If you didn't, if you didn't beat it within the time limit, or you lost too many player characters, which I believe the max cap was 12, the blood of the innocent travelers that died in your graveyard, whether you revived them, which I think did bring down your number if you got that one event that allowed you to bring them back, but they were at a lower level, and they lost some of the points that were invested into their upgraded skills, plus or minus their equipment. If you did not do it in a certain amount of time, or you lost too many people, the save file would then get deleted because your the world would get consumed, the Heart of Darkness would explode out of the world, and you die at the end. So basically, like any other roguelike that has permadeath, basically. And for some people, that was a turnoff for them, because players prefer to have meta progression, because I've worked so long on this campaign file, but this is where you get used to starting over. So when people complain about things like that, I don't care about those things. I am used to playing video games where I am taught to not become so attached to my save game, to my character file. I'm supposed to learn how to play the game, not learn how to play the game in that environment. It's all about opportunities and perspectives and circumstances.
That's clearly never played XCOM 2.
Yeah. Or XCOM. The original XCOM.
XCOM and Gero. Yeah, XCOM and Gero.
Yeah. And then, here's the gameplay of Darkest Dungeon 2.
And yet, this is your suffocation by the state.
This system had the whole thing where you had to basically do the same kind of meta progression, but instead of it being during the run, it's instead one part during and one part after. You choose your characters at the beginning, as well as choosing the chapter you're going to play through, with Denial being the basic default early tutorial run version.
Dane.
Shortest path, shortest exploration, and thus the biggest chance to learn how to fight against the boss.
Meeting. Quick ignite.
You learn about the backstory of the game, then you get to the crossroads where you can choose your characters.
Wait, brother.
Different characters would be locked from you, because until you get the meta progression to do so, you basically get to have a version of the Man-at-Arms party. I forget what it's called, but it was Barristan, along with the Highwayman, the Grave Robber, and the Plague Doctor. Plague Doctor being your new default base healer, to replace the Vestal until the Vestal becomes relevant, because Vestal is locked. The DLC added the new Binding Blade party members, which included the original Crusader archetype, including them all being named after the same characters. You get your first rotation of them, because they're actually having canon names here. So the first Man-at-Arms you ever meet actually is Barristan, and the first cleric you meet, or Vestal you meet, is Unia, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. But their character paths and how they developed from there are different, because they changed the system. But still, this is about showing off what the gameplay looks like. All position-based, characters learning how to fight certain ways. You go along the paths, because in this one, along with colliding with destructible objects, because they were really just flexing their new developed graphical engine, you still have art that looks certain ways. They still have character portraits that look certain ways. Outcomes and situations you get to act in certain ways. And choices between what if I want to get resources versus what if I want to get jewelry, and what if I want to get more different food. And the choices that you have, whether or not people in your party agree or disagree with you, results in the encounter and the reward. Then you go exploring, discarding things, finding the Hoarder, which is your variation of a seller, different paths that you can go down. They don't show the menu here, but different paths you can go down, different resources that you have. In this one, the relics are your money, and you can buy different things that you can then use at the next zone that you get to have for fixing up your meta progression for your caravan from the beginning of the journey to the end of the journey, as well as in-combat items to be used to give your party perks or buffs or recoveries that they can use between encounters. Looking for a combat encounter here. Here we go. Then you get to your combat encounter. And then here's the animation of Darkest Dungeon 2. Notice how, even in their idle animations, they're moving back and forth, they're energetic, they're not just standing in place, and you can actively see them perceptibly moving, both them and the enemy. And every time you choose a new ability, this was a flex that they changed from Darkest Dungeon 1 to 2. You actually see them preparing the attack that you're queuing up to use. And then the animation plays the same way that it did for Darkest Dungeon 1, but this is much more immediate. And then the recovery. The fact that they have a recovery animation for what they do next. Desmus walks forward, he slices him, he automatically crits him, and he dies, and then he fucking flourishes his blade and moves back to the recovery position. Fucking smacks the man with the mallet, then scrapes the mace across the ground, returns to the recovery position. Prepares the dagger to throw, then returns to the recovery position. Picks up the noxious blast, flips it in her hand, then launches it at the enemy. All dynamic. The same kind of fucking animations that they just had. And yet, why couldn't they do that with this game? They had nearly $750,000. They got it from the government. Where did the money go? Did it go towards the writing for the disinformation? Did it go towards the animations for the 3D combat as well as this 2D combat section? There's no excuse. There's no excuse.
I mean, if you can't do one of those correctly, what would you think you could do both?
So, like, the music being bad, there's no excuse. They have the money. You certainly didn't spend it on the fucking gameplay. So what'd you spend it on? Was it the social justice? Social justice ain't expensive. Social justice is free. Actually, no, that's a lie. Social justice costs you. It puts you in debt.
Avoided, but sure, yeah. Got the fucking data onto the fucking key.
And then Theo got us out to the getaway vehicle, and the rest of the story...
That's probably enough story for one night.
So, it was just for a section.
We made so many mistakes.
She's overthinking this. She needs to stop obsessing.
Dude, I don't give a shit about narrative tension. I care about getting out of this alive.
In case you haven't noticed, we are alive.
But barely. With the number of fuck-ups we've had, someone should have bled out by now.
And this is the reason why I like Sai. She's the most realistic person in the fucking party. She's the only one who is able to say, yeah, just because we did it and we got it doesn't mean that we did it right. We fucked up, and we should have died for it. And the fact that we still haven't died yet puts me on edge. Because we're gonna fuck up eventually, and I'd like if people didn't just try to smooth this over by saying, but bro, we lived. Because for me, this is the equivalent of being told by somebody in a video game, bro, we ganked them, they died. Yeah, but we did it slowly. We can do it faster. And of course, there's the concept of that's a competitive game versus a character acting neurotically in a video game. But the same point exists. Anything that we can do faster. Anything that we want to do as a plan, we should have a plan, execute on that plan, and not deviate from the plan. Because the second we deviate from the plan, and things go awry, and someone says, yeah bro, but we got it. I should be like, okay, we got it, but our friend is dead. Do you not care about our dead friend?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to get shot. They didn't have to get killed.
The fact that Pax was the only one to call a bullet is hilarious to me. Like, everyone should have been, like, peppered steak.
I wouldn't go that far.
That day was the fucking
It's, you only got out of there because the Purity guys were incompetent.
Pax getting shot?
That's the only reason you got out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And Sai's right about that, about you making so many mistakes every single time, but because the villains are fucking clown people, you get out of that situation.
Mm-hmm. Let's hear her mold.
I thought she was actually going to die.
To be fair, Pax has almost died a lot on this road trip.
Oh, you want to joke about Pax dying? She's like the only person on this planet you give a shit about.
I'm sure that's not true.
I mean, she's not totally wrong.
Oh.
Look,
They're
Sai,
just
this
like
is one of
this,
those
making me
laughable
so
cries.
upset because the only reason you got out of that situation is because the villains are dumber than you.
Yes, let's listen to Sai mold.
Situations.
We should be crying?
Really? You want to lecture me about using humor as a coping mechanism? Fuck's sake, this isn't normal. Aren't you people sick of living like this?
Yes.
I sure as hell am.
I never
So
said...
this would be easy. Yeah, I know. You said it'd be dangerous. But dangerous and incredibly fucking violent are different things.
Yes.
I guess I should
Thank you. Okay, I'm turning around to Sai right now. No, keep going. Speak your truth, sister.
She's going off. Yes, eat them. I like that. Eat them, Sai.
Right, Pax? We haven't been to a single fucking place where you didn't blow up at someone and drag the rest of us into it.
She
oh
didn't...
my god, Theo! Don't try to play the friend card. This is between me and Pax.
Tell him.
Tell him!
Tell him. Tell him.
Hey, Sai, come on, let's just...
Oh, so you...
Is this the Sai has an emotional outburst chapter? Great. This is wonderful. Now, here's an opportunity for me to express exactly my point. In this conversation, they're not only giving me time prompts, they're also giving prompts for other characters to interject, and this has a save point. So, if I were to go back to the exit of this title, any of the choices that I've made prior to this conversation is going to affect the way that these people are going to react to the situation. Pax already had a prompt to use Vox as well, and she's already had 2 prompts, one of which disappeared after the section about the dangerousness and the extreme violent attitude the parties had towards situations, or the encounters they've had. She's also had her own opinion that came from her way of the mind. And just then, Theo backed off because he's on the okay buddy path, which means he's not going to stop her from having her outburst. All of these things are mechanics you put in this game. And yet there are not more checksums where people choose to do things or refuse to do things because they are denied to do so. There are outcomes that they are allowed to do, that they aren't forced into doing because I did the correct path to put them on the correct character decisions. Which, oh my god, I'm about to have to give a compliment to that video game. This is not what they did in the first Life is Strange. Any outcome that I made that said actions have consequences, once I affirmed that choice, you didn't get to undo them. And even though there's only one, quote, true ending to the game, yet there are 2 choices you can make, which is either saving Arcadia or letting that bitch-ass die, double exposure basically gives more credence to the results of Before the Storm and the canon ending of that game. Because since it's Chloe again, as the protagonist of Double Exposure, this allows us to explore the concept of what if, since it all has to do with how she felt about the situation and how that shit is affecting her and the alternate timelines that she's now going to exist in again. How is it that you are worse than one of the worst voiced, worst designed, and worst story written journal mode visual novels in history? You're supposed to go forward, not backwards. And even still, you're not really making use of all of your choices here. No matter what choice I choose to make, even if I make no choice, which technically is a choice, it means let the situation play out naturally instead of invoking it. Which, to compare that to Baldur's Gate 3, that's the difference between allowing Shadowheart, for example, or any other character at a pivotal moment, where if without the player's involvement, what they'll choose to use, depending on the path you put them on, if I don't involve myself in the choice, and she's already on a good path, she will not kill Dame Aylin, Shadowheart. Whereas here, who knows what the fuck happens if I choose not to get involved. But at the same time, this is where the choices that I make with them, pushing them in the direction that they have, with my rapport to them, should control the direction of the story, and control the experience that I have in these encounters. I don't think that's programmed in. I think I'm on a railroad no matter what I use.
Yep.
I want to start with me again. Didn't get enough shots into me earlier? Not that Pax was any help with that argument either.
Personally, I think you should just let Sai go off.
Oh, I can't with you people. The incompetence, the violence, the power trips. When does it end?
What the hell is your problem? You're acting like you're infected by an echo. Pax, you should check for that.
Oh man, that's great. You had emotions and opinions. You must be infected by disinformation. There's no way this is an opinion of your own. I would go ballistic. I would grab the table and I would lift the table and I'm like, you get no dinner. Dinner is for people who don't act like assholes. And carry the table outside with me. And eat outside in the rain.
That would be hilarious if she just picks up the table with all the food and just takes it outside, pounding it all, just eating in the rain.
Right. So now I'm insane.
It's just like,
Gnome.
I go stop her?
Gaslighting.
Guess not.
Nope.
Fuck all of you. I'm not doing this anymore. Good luck making it to Nova Scotia.
And she's running in place.
Tear into him side.
Unexpected.
She's running in place!
Is she coming back?
No, she's not coming back. It's like Sai wanted this fight, Pax. I asked Joe if there's anything you could have said or done.
That was unexpected. Yes, it was.
Why would Sai want to fight? And why would she want to leave?
Is everyone
Why do we still have the block up command up? She's gone.
Sai's always running away, man.
Now let's see what happens if I choose any choice.
Good.
Oh, now Ziggy shows up.
Yeah, just conveniently show up at the end where a character potentially might leave this narrative forever.
Yeah.
I made so many mistakes.
But it makes for great narrative tension.
Dude, I don't give a shit about narrative.
I must get a chance to go talk to her afterwards because I see a Q command to go look for her.
We are alive.
Yeah.
But barely. With the number of fuck-ups we've had, someone should have blown
Personally,
up
I
by
think you
now.
should just let her have her feelings.
I wouldn't go that far.
That day was
Especially
the
after
fucking
everyone has been
worst.
treating her like shit.
Did you already forget about Pax getting shot? I thought she was actually going to die.
Whatever mistakes were made, they're behind us.
Yeah, sorry, but seriously? I'm supposed to be reassured by your suggestion to be careful.
What do you want her to say?
I don't know, but you can't tell me that sounds believable from the world's most reckless person. You've gotten us into more pointless fights than anyone else here.
She's being
I'm not
unfair.
saying I haven't made mistakes. I'm saying we've learned from them.
For real? How am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe anything you say? You'll do whatever you need to get your way, and that's what you're doing now, acting like you're not gonna get us into another mess.
Come on.
Don't! I know you see me as a tool at best and an inconvenience at worst. I'm sick of you trying to talk me down every time we disagree. Fuck all of you.
Okay, so ends the conversation even faster. So, again, exactly what I said. She's going to leave out the door anyways, and I'll have to go run her down anyways. But if I choose to talk here, instead of her blowing up at everyone, she decides to target just me.
But it makes for great.
So let's see what happens if I choose the other choice down the first path.
Narrative tension. I care about getting out of this alive.
In case you haven't noticed, we are alive.
But barely. With the number of fuck-ups we've had, someone should have bled out by now.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
That day was the fucking
Although you completely
worst.
deserve to
Whatever
get blown up
mistakes
at.
were made, they're behind us.
Which more people would do that,
Yeah.
actually.
Sorry, but seriously? I'm supposed to be reassured by your suggestion to be careful.
What do you want her to say?
I don't know, but you can't tell me that sounds believable from the world's most reckless person. You've gotten us into more pointless fights than anyone else here.
I know I've made mistakes, and you're not wrong to call me on that. I'm trying to do better.
How am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe a fucking thing you say? You always say whatever the hell you need to get your way. That's probably what you're doing right now.
I do what needs to be done, but I want to help here. I've been trying to talk to you all day as your friend, and nothing's worked.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck your friendship, and fuck your help. I don't buy it, Pax. All you ever do is treat me like an inconvenience. Fuck all of you.
Still fucked!
What?
Now, of course, in a normal narrative, written by normal writers that actually have Faraday, what should have been possible is back when I had the prompts to use Vox on her in that conversation, I should have been allowed, if I had to use one, a minimum of one, and then quit, and then have a prompt to say, what are you actually upset about? What were you going to talk to me about? Or, even in the interaction, when she was going to talk to us at the camp, I'm like, what were you about to talk to me about earlier? What were you really upset about? I could have been able to ask any fucking time. Or, if they don't give me the choice after this conversation, I'll be fucking annoyed. Because all of these are different flavors of how angry do you want Sai to be? Do you want her to sound bitchy? Do you want her to sound rude? Do you want her to be justified? Because realistically, she's justified in her opinion, and nobody has any comebacks. So, more melodrama.
Gotta love it.
The illusion of choice. So Life is Strange was Tumblrisms with a framework. This is Tumblrisms from the framework. True Ace. It's true Ace. Forks and spoons slipping off left and right as the table leaves the building. True. Although, with the way that they've done animations, perhaps the bowls would be locked in place as she picks the table up by her sides and carries it out the door.
Dude, I don't give a shit about narrative tension. I care about getting out of this alive.
In case you haven't noticed, we are alive.
But barely. With the number of fuck-ups we've had, someone should have bled out by now.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
That day was the fucking worst.
Let's see what happens if I use Vox, which should be the worst choice.
I thought she was actually going to die.
Yes,
To be
this
fair,
probably should be
almost died a
the
lot on
absolute
this road
worst
trip.
choice. She should
Oh,
get
you
up
joke
and
about
be
Pax dying.
mad as all
She's
hell
like the only person on this planet
that
you
you
give a
used
shit
your
about.
powers on her
I'm sure
again.
That's not true.
I mean, she's not totally wrong.
Oh,
Look, Sai, this is one of those laugh or cry situations.
We should be crying?
Really? You want to lecture me about using humor as a coping mechanism? Fuck's sake, this isn't normal. Aren't you people sick of living like this?
Back
I
off.
sure as hell am.
This is the first choice, so I should use backup
Don't
first.
lash out at everyone's side. Let's just eat dinner, okay?
Really? You don't see any irony in that. You're the queen of lashing out. It's fucking compulsive, and it's
He is right
exactly
about
what
them
I'm
not
worried
being
about.
normal.
Maybe we should
Correct.
listen to Pax and talk about it later, instead of doing whatever the hell this is.
Later. You want to talk about this later? Tell me when. No.
Well, you see, you guys talk about your problems after every single chapter, so probably at the next time you get to a campsite, unless you want to consider this as the campsite. So, like, you could talk about it after dinner, then anybody who is relevant to the conversation sits down and talks.
Because this is getting more dangerous by the fucking second.
We're sitting in an abandoned farmhouse in the middle of the Heartlands. Show me where the danger is.
Fuck all of you.
So, still the same state. All it does is it starts showing, like, unreasonable to reasonable levels of, I'm done with this conversation, you're not listening to me. That one was just, we're in the middle of nowhere, where's the danger? To where she then says, nope, I'm bailing on this conversation, you niggas are not listening to me.
We made so many mistakes.
And the longest choice path is the, I'm going unheard, and I'm annoyed. And the fact that Pax is sitting there saying nothing pisses me off even more, because I want to have it out with her. Fuck this, I'm going outside. Let's find out what option 3 is.
Dude, I don't give a shit about narrative tension. I
What were you
care
about to
about
say?
getting out of this alive.
In
Like,
case
this
you
is
haven't
so
noticed,
stupid. It's the illusion of choice. It's like, either way, she's gonna be fucking mad.
Someone should have bled out by now.
And you're gonna have to deal with that.
I wouldn't go that
The
far.
worst part about this is that I have to play every single scenario from the checkpoint just to see the different options. I can't skip any of the dialogue.
That's just
Was
fun.
the fucking worst.
Because even though somebody be like, but Carl, what does control do? All it does is it brings up the fucking list of responses that they've had in the conversation.
Did you already?
It's more like a pause button for the conversation and the choices you can make.
Mm-hmm.
Forget about Pax getting shot? I thought she was actually going to
I
die.
broke it!
to be fair, Pax has almost died a lot on this road trip.
Oh, you
This game's great. Game's fucking fantastic.
Let's see what happens if I do that. Can I make it happen again? Yep! So, the dialogue is supposed to run in real time, because if you keep hitting the button like I am, you break their fucking lip sync.
I'm sure that's not true.
I mean, she's not totally wrong.
Oh.
Look, Sai, this is one of those...
$750,000!
We should be crying.
Really? You want to lecture me about
Shit,
using
thing
humor as
made
a
on
coping mechanism?
sticks and fucking.
Fuck. This isn't
Twigs.
normal. Aren't you people sick of living like this? I sure as hell am.
I never
So
said...
this would be easy. Yeah, I know. You said it'd be dangerous. But dangerous and incredibly fucking violent are different things. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since we're being led by someone who can't go anywhere without picking a fight. Right, Pax? We haven't been to a single fucking place where you didn't blow up at someone and drag the rest of us into it.
Now, see, here would be the question where it's like, so is this when we get into fights with Puritans and with justice, or what?
Oh my god, Theo! Don't try to play the friend card. This is between me and Pax.
Okay.
Hey, Sai.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Oh, so
like,
you
she
want to
did
start
just
with me
blow up.
again?
Usually just falls into a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Enough shots into me early.
This is another example of my point. I did choose to go into multiple combat encounters, specifically to experience the bullshit of the combat encounters. And assuming that certain ones are forced, like the combat encounters for the last chapter, if I got into too many fights instead of choosing to run away from situations, is that considered me running away from the opportunity of being responsible? Or is me being responsible by not taking fights the smartest thing that I could do? Because then at that point, this changes your perspective of it. So if, by choosing to go into the combat encounters, I'm doing something equivalent to the way that the secret ending and the true ending for Spooky's House of Jumpscares works, if I use the axe too many times, I'm considered to be a specimen myself. But if I don't, I'm peaceful enough that when I get killed at the end, I become a ghost and I get chilled up with Spooky. It's crazy.
Not that Pax was any help with that argument either.
Like, I'm gonna head out. I gotta get some sleep.
Fighting. Honestly, I don't really know what's going
nice
on at
having
this
Grace.
point or
Grace.
why we're even
Night,
on.
Grace.
But we've had more.
If I hadn't gone on my thing, if I hadn't done what I had done earlier, we would have ended at time, so that's on me. But it's okay.
No problem, no problem.
And
I'll
enough
see
of
you
that
guys.
for one day.
Goodbye.
Later.
Bye.
So just lay off, please.
This is deja vu all over again. This bitch can't solve anything without using force.
And here comes struggle with the pile driver. Oh, this of course is exactly how the conversation should go. Use Vox. You can't do shit without using your powers.
I should have known.
Yep. Good.
Fuck all of you.
Good, Sai. Tell her that bitch. Fuck.
And that's why Sai gets to join the harem. The harem of myself and my wife. But this is why she gets to be in the harem. Realist reactions. Realist emotions. And they all go still towards the same fucking choices.
Yep.
You could tell she means business. She chose anger over food. I can agree that a dangerous and violence are distinctly different things that can end up getting paired together, but they're not innately always hand in hand. Correct! But remember, this game was written by fucking communistic leftists. They don't know the difference. All violence is violence, including political violence, which also includes language. Ergo, saying fuck you to somebody is the same thing as putting a bullet in their brain. It's all about the lowest common denominator, man. It's the same thing as being a Nazi if you're mean speech because you didn't accept a person being transgender, being the exact same as saving them from the bullet or stopping them from cutting off their breasts. You gotta understand, man. You gotta understand. It's all shit. It's all fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's all fucking bullshit.
But it makes for great narrative tension.
Dude, I don't give a shit about narrative tension. I care about getting out of this alive.
In case you haven't noticed, we are alive.
But barely. The fuck-ups we've had, someone should have bled out by now.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
That day was the fucking worst. Did you already forget about Pax getting shot? I thought she was actually going to die.
To be fair, Pax has almost died a lot on this road trip.
Oh, you want to joke about Pax dying? She's like the only person on this planet you give a shit about.
I'm sure that's not true.
I mean, she's not totally wrong.
Oh.
Look, Sai, this is one of those laugh or cry situations.
We should be crying?
Really? You want to lecture me about using humor as a coping mechanism? Fuck's sake, this isn't normal. Aren't you people sick of living like this? I sure as hell am.
I never
So
said...
this would be easy. Yeah, I know. You said it'd be dangerous. But dangerous and incredibly fucking violent are different things. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since we're being led by someone who can't go anywhere without picking a fight. Right, Pax? We haven't been to a single fucking place where you didn't blow up at someone and drag the rest of us into it.
She
oh
didn't...
my god, Theo! Don't try to play the friend card. This is between me and Pax.
Okay.
Hey, Sai, come on, let's just...
Oh, so you want to start with me again? Didn't get enough shots into me earlier? Not that Pax was any help with that argument either.
Leave him alone.
Oh, I can't with you people. The incompetence, the violence, the power trips. When does it end?
What the hell is your problem? You're acting like you're infected by an echo. Pax, you should check for that.
Oh, great. So now I'm insane. Fuck you, Gnome. I've had enough of your gaslighting.
Keep in mind, chat, she fucking gave them a group hug with the core group literally at the end of the last chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck all of you.
Ironically enough, there actually is a prompt over her head at that exact moment for, Gnome. Yeah, I'm not gonna look forward to it.
Good luck making it to Nova Scotia.
That was unexpected.
She broke the door. Is that okay?
Is she coming back?
I mean, I'm not even mad. She's not even telling anything wrong here.
No, she's not coming back. It's like Sai wanted this fight, Pax. I honestly don't think there's anything you could have said or done.
I think the door actually activated correctly that time, so she read it blank.
Talk about making an exit.
And then they just load their fucking assets out of fucking frame.
Is everyone okay in here?
Sai left.
Dramatic exit. Narrative tension.
Not now, oh.
Yeah.
When do you think she'll be back? Because the bus.
Actually, sounds like she'd need
Sai
that
isn't
fight, to
coming
be
back.
honest.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm very sure.
Well, we're going to have to wait. We can't just leave.
You'll be waiting a long time, Theo.
Okay, and?
Why did Sai smash through the door? Where's she going? Guys.
Sai!
So now are you going to tell your friend that you're pregnant? I mean, your kind of sort of lover knows that you're pregnant now.
How did she disappear so quickly? She's big and easy to see.
Wow. How did she disappear so quickly? She's big and easy to see.
It's fucked up.
Sai?
Who put the fucking chain back on the goddamn door? Are you guys really gonna fade to black here?
I'm guessing you blame yourself for Sai leaving, but you shouldn't. This is not on you. We waited for hours. We even went looking for her. What more can we do? She's an adult. She makes her own decisions.
That's kind of sad.
It's been a hell of a day.
Did you really eject her from the fucking narrative? Ugh.
Yep.
1 second. I'm gonna investigate that. Slightly spoil myself. Okay, no, that is hard scripted. I'm not reading any further than that. Also, for any person who wondered, there's actually 10 chapters. But, fucking Christ, my fucking spine is itchy. But yeah, there is her choices in issue 7, which is Let There Be Light, basically is forced into this happening. She does return. I'm not going to say any more than that, because I'm not going to look any further than that. But no, this is scripted. This is forced. So, no matter what I do in this point of the narrative, she will always leave. There's a reason why, and I saw words that start and rhyme with schmack-schmail, but there's a reason why she has this outburst.
So, we can talk about it. Some part of it. Any part of it. You have a lot on your plate.
Although, of course, the ship has the right. She was making too much sense since he had to get ejected.
True. She was making too much sense and she had to get ejected from the plot.
Yeah, she'd be too based.
I don't know.
Give me a prompt for the baby. Give me a prompt for the baby. Give me a prompt for the baby. Speaking of sticky shit.
I doubt I'd have done half as good a job leading this unruly gang.
Sai will return in Avengers the Kang Dynasty.
Anyway, I've said this already, but I hope you're okay. And I'm here for you.
That's a good one.
When you need it.
Did that fight really happen? Did Sai really leave? She made it clear I shouldn't have been blindsided by it, but I still don't understand how she just left.
I'm not sure she wanted us to understand. For all that talking, she didn't really explain what pushed her over the edge. Just vague accusations and insults, really. There's no making sense of it.
And she left for really good reasons.
Okay. So she will tell her. So finally! This far in, you finally tell her about your pregnancy. You tell someone about your pregnancy. Not your best friend, but your ex-lover.
Yeah.
7 chapters in.
Anyway. That's it.
So, about my condition.
Condition. Quote unquote. She's doing this because, quote, they're in the back of the bus. Nobody can hear them. That she already knows anyway about the baby. But, you know, you could just say, so, I hooked up with Jacob.
I'm glad you let me check on.
It was highly unethical, but I did it anyway.
I was worried he'd freak out when he realized I knew about your... We must be able to come up with a better euphemism than condition. Don't get me wrong. I do love me a good euphemism.
It's okay. We are okay. You caught me in the middle of it.
I don't like that. I don't like that answer. Nah. If we're gonna talk about the pregnancy, we should talk about who else knows. Nah. I don't like that answer.
Mm-hmm.
Bread roll.
I'm guessing you blame yourself for Sai leaving.
Here they are, being sweet to me despite everything. Mal.
This is not. We waited for hours. We even went looking for her. What more can we do? She's an adult. She makes her own decisions. It's been a hell of a day. So, we can talk about it. Some part of it. Any part of it.
Did that fight really happen? Did Sai really leave? She made it clear I shouldn't have been blindsided by it, but I still don't understand how she just left.
I'm not sure she wanted us to understand. For all that talking, she didn't really explain what pushed her over the edge. Just vague accusations and insults, really. There's no making sense of it.
Did you use the word of God? Was that a delusional episode that I can help make sense of? And then you can always have the choice of just skipping out of the concept.
So
if you hold down the button, you can choose the choice, and then it still resumes from the
my
point, so that you don't miss out on the opportunity.
I'm glad you let me check on that earlier. On them. I was worried he'd freak out when he realized I knew about your... We must be able to come up with a better euphemism than condition.
Let's go caretaker.
CT already knows. So I've got a licensed caretaker keeping an eye on me whether I like it or not.
Never thought I'd see the day you confided in a robot before me.
And then that one triggers loneliness. So I suppose the answer for Gnome, for the one that she's already on as her coda, is the third option. Yet again, continuing to demonstrate my point about black migrant making her way across anachronistic America, and every decision is just poor and shit.
But you shouldn't. This is not on you.
Also, opportunity for the who must go meme. You want Ophelia and Eli to leave so that your ass fucking leaves.
What more can we do? She's an adult. She makes her own decisions. It's been a hell of a day. So, we can talk about it. Some part of it. Any part of it.
I shouldn't have to choose to talk about Sai before I can talk about the pregnancy.
Fight
It's kind of
really
stupid.
happen? Did Sai really leave? She made it clear I shouldn't have been blindsided by it, but I still don't understand how she just left.
I'm not sure she wanted us to understand. For all that talking, she didn't really explain what pushed her over the edge. Just vague accusations and insults, really. There's no making sense of it.
So, about my condition.
I'm glad you let me check on that earlier. On them. I was worried he'd freak out when he realized I knew about your... We must be able...
The real question that I now have is, when did Gnome figure out that she was pregnant? In the middle of the raid? After the raid? During any of the moments where she's sitting with her and her hand is on her stomach? Like, when? When exactly did you find out?
Come up with a better euphemism than condition.
And let's use condition.
What am I gonna say? I'm in a family way?
Bun in the oven.
Eating for two?
In the pudding club.
What did...
In the pudding club?! I have to Google it now. Hold on, chat. I gotta Google it. In the pudding club. New Zealand slang for pregnancy. Okay. Less offensive than up the duff. Possibly derived from the round shape of a pregnant abdomen resembling a traditional boiled pudding.
Ah, I see.
So a nicer way to say potbelly?
Pretty much, yeah.
Up the duff is offensive, so I guess.
You just say?
You've never heard that?
You're alarmingly British sometimes. That's enough of your...
I clearly found that it's from New Zealand, but you say British. Okay, whatever.
revolting old
Hee hee. British people are silly. They say interesting phrases.
world slang for one night.
That's racist.
My slang lasts much. Sorry. I was about to do it again.
Earlier in
But
the
she's
barn,
white, so it's.
Yeah?
I was trying to make new vocals, something that would give me the power to affect real change, alter reality.
Isn't that what our Vox do?
No, not influencing people's perception of reality, actually changing reality.
Okay, not exactly following you, but maybe just don't fuck with those particular vocals anymore. At least until you understand what's happening.
Fair. Anything else to be said? No? Infinite time clock? Staring lovingly into each other's eyes autistically? Lesbian telepathy. Lesbian telepathy. Lesbian telepathy. Nothing? 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 Okay. Let's see if this ends itself if I do nothing for at least a minute and a half. It's already late, so there's no way that we can fit another chapter into here. Well, I hope everybody learned something today about how you should make better choices when it comes to designing video games based around choices and affecting the narrative.
I also play really good RPGs.
New Zealand is just great value, Australia.
That's wild. That's funny.
Fatal with the, you only try to cuddle up to me when you're pregnant. That's crazy. Nope, just a lot more lesbian telepathy. Alright. In your eyes, I see the bitch in your eyes. Oh my fucking god. What a weird time to think about the Tarzan singer. Phil Collins.
He lives in you. He lives in me.
Do you
Fuck.
mind if we just don't? I'm tired of talking. I want to just sleep.
That's fine. And yeah, we should all sleep.
Fuck.
And that's the end of the chapter. Alright. So, they play Crips and Cultists. So that is a choice because of me getting the dice, I guess. 25% of players in the panel. After Ophelia goes Nova, we talk to the crew. Gnome calms everybody down. Which, is that helpful? Is that where it started? I don't suppose so, because Sai would still then storm out. Because I'm pretty sure this is also a decision. Yeah, no. Sai storms out, period. Pax finds everyone, so playing the hide-and-seek game is a choice. Pax tries to craft the ultimate world, but the ultimate word is unable to control the new power. Theo prepares dinner, so locked in, and then Sai storms out during said dinner. So it is literally a talking chapter. And this should be a cover of chapter 8. And it is. This art is a lot better than the other art. Also, here's Ziggy coming in as a member of the band now. And I guess caretaker, because she's holding a fucking symbol in the back. I wouldn't say this art is worse than the art we had before. This is a lot better than the Daria chapter. It's a lot better than the Daria chapter. I can tell you that. But I guess because Sai's not there, Ziggy takes her place using her fucking... I don't even know what the fuck you would call that. What did we say that it was? Her fight stick?
Okay. Yeah, fight stick.
Alright. We have played enough. Pax strikes me as, I need my comfort person to run back to me when I'm having a terrible life decision type. I mean, sometimes there are people who, they do need you to show them that you care. But, you see, if it were me and or Star, well, actually no, probably just me. Star I don't know. Is Star like Pax? She and I have a history. So, between how she was when we were younger, as teenagers, versus how we are as adults now, um, teenage Carlisle would not have been able to deal with this problem. Because I still was trying to figure out who I am and how I felt about myself, while dealing with doing the work I had to do as a federal agent, putting people in jail for the kinds of crimes that, inside of my own family, my burning sense of justice was screaming for me to put my brother behind bars. As an adult, I can better handle these problems, but it also comes with the indecisiveness of not knowing whether or not what I'm doing is the correct choice. Because a lot of my decision making has been built off of the framework that I've taken from people around myself to help me better make decisions and choices in a place that, in a lot of situations, I act more like a sociopath than I probably should. Not to say that I'm sociopathic, but I am not able to make decisions without not having emotion. But the emotion isn't fake emotion. It's emotion based on the nigga, why you being weird to me reaction. Where I can try to support a person's decision, but it sometimes can work out for the worst or work out for the best. But in situations where I'm passionate, my emotions are real. But the fact that I can go into most situations and usually come out unscathed, it's very robotic and is not very good for good outcomes, especially when you need to be personal and personable. And a lot of my personability results in the why are you acting like I would not be telling you this answer? So, if somebody were to have a freak out, my job is to console them and get them into a safe place where they can then feel their emotions. Not to cry with them on the spot because I wanted you to hold and cuddle me. Okay, so why didn't you ask me to cuddle you? I'm not a fucking robot. Tell me what it is that you would like me to do. But at the same time, like the other week or 2 weeks back, where there was a loud noise as we were walking out of Walmart, and she froze on the spot because she occasionally has flashback moments and will get lost in her own emotions. It is my job, as her partner, to see that she's suffering a moment of PTSD, grab her hand, draw her close to me, and then when other people ask, what's wrong with your partner? She's having a PTSD moment. And then later, afterwards, she's like, thank you for doing that for me. Like, thank you? You don't have to say thank you. You don't have to ask. It comes with the penis. Somebody clip that. But yeah, sometimes, and sometimes no. In this situation, the correct reaction is to let Sai feel her emotions, and then allow her to vent. Because if you don't let them vent, then they don't get the ability to really be able to deal with their issues. Because it's not to say that she can't deal with her issues, it's that she's not being heard. So you need to just sit there and eat shit. Doesn't matter how annoyed it makes you, or how unfair you think the opinion is, you just need to eat shit. You just need to eat the shit, and then...
just shut up and just do it.
Like, just eat the shit, shut up, let them talk, and when they're done talking, and have given you the permission to speak, then you may interject, and then you can have a conversation. If there's something else going on in the narrative here. I already have an inclination beforehand, because she's been secretly making calls to people, trying to figure out if the phone works or not. So, I think the reason why she's upset and is talking about her family is she's probably being blackmailed by somebody in protection for her family. That's my first guess.
I'm honestly thinking that. Well, I originally thought it was probably Theo that was the mole, but now I'm looking at Sai a little bit and just go like,
Realistically, yeah. It could have been multiple people, because the information broker / criminal person in Nome. You've got the ex-employee in that of Theo, but Theo has at least been working along with you, and he was right next to you when both of you tried to investigate what was on the data key. Then there's Sai, and Sai's behavior with trying to find phone booths and shit could have also been a problem, but then you had Ziggy and her trying to make phone calls, because when Theo made his phone call, I snuck up on him to think, nigga, are you selling this out? But no, he's just worried about his own abnormal sister. So he he's not likely to be it, because when we confronted him about it, he didn't act necessarily too surprised. He said, "Oh shit, I'm slipping. You caught me lacking, nigga. Damn. So my fault, gang." Then it can't be Gnome, because if it were Gnome would then use their abilities to gaslight a lot more than they already do. And even then, they had to be brought around to being lovey-dovey. So, them being the confidant doesn't work either, because then, why would they be willing to keep my secrets, including Sai's pregnancy? Or, excuse me, not Sai's pregnancy, Pax's pregnancy. It's not Ziggy, because Ziggy made contact with Annie to figure out what happened to the lesbians from Liberty. It can't be Eli. We met him while we were down there inside looking for the caretaker. It can't be the caretaker, because even if there was a program left in their head, that could have been a signal boost, but it wasn't, actually, because trans allegory. It's not Ophelia, because Ophelia has no connection and has no loyalties to justice. And it's not the girl, because the girl is all tied to the Tree of Tongues. So, it only leaves one opportunity, and that's that there's a member of our party that is a mole that is responsible for shit happening. And it can't be Fat Joey Exotic, because he firebombed his own business, technically his own responsibility, to make sure that information did not fall to the hands of justice when we were dealing with the Praetor. So the only person left behind after eliminating the choice of the Praetorian means that the only person that could be the mole is Sai. But then that leads to the motivation of why is she the mole? She can't just be the mole because fuck you guys are violent, so I'm gonna jeopardize everything that I do. Oh yeah, we're gonna complain about violence, so I'm going to call in literally the fucking fascists that may or may not kill you, or they will kill you and maybe torture you beforehand, just because I can't stand with it? No. There has to be a reason. There has to be a reason. So, whatever that is, it is what it is. Anyways, we've spent a lot of time here. Once again, thank you all for your donations, and for your support, and for your time and consideration. We're going to bed now. Goodbye. We will see you next time. And more than likely, if there's another 3 chapters, we should be done before the month of September, so we probably won't have to do extra streams as long as we hit the next 3 days when we're supposed to for VSChat. But it will be close. We will see you there. Don't you miss it. Goodbye, everyone.